So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I think so. No problem. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with a 9, 10. Thank you very much.
to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova, Casanova, oh, Casanova, Casanova. Ooh, baby, I'm hot and spicy loving. I need some loving, and baby, I can't hold it much longer. It's getting stronger and stronger. And when I get that feeling, I want sexual healing, sexual healing. Oh, baby, makes me feel so fine. Helps to relieve my mind. Sexual healing, baby, is good for me. Sexual healing is something that's good for me. Whenever blue teardrops are falling and my emotional stability is leaving me, there is something I can do. I can get on the telephone and call you up, baby. And honey, I know you'll be there to relieve me. The love you give to me will free me. If you don't know the thing you're dealing, oh, I can tell you, darling, that it's sexual healing. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Let's make love tonight. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. 'Cause you do it right. Baby, I got sick this morning. A sea was storming inside me. Baby, I think I'm capsizing. The waves are rising and rising. And when I get that feeling, I want sexual healing. Sexual healing is good for me. Makes me feel so fine. It's such a rush. Helps to relieve the mind. And it's good for us. Sexual healing, baby, it's good for me. Sexual healing is something that's good for me. That is good for me. And it's so good to me, my baby. Oh, come take control. Just grab a hold of my body and mind. So we've been making honey. Oh, this is mine. My medicine. Thinking about your love, I'll be there. Thinking about your love tonight, today, and always.
I know it's hard sometimes and you can get discouraged when it seems as though our working lives are giving us apart. Put your trust in me, baby, don't you worry. And it won't be long now, so we must be strong. There was times I know I let you down so badly. I never knew then what losing your love would mean to me. Ask for anything, I'll give it to you gladly.
The mix with DJ Kenos. In the mix.
Don't make me over now that you know how I adore you. Don't make me over now that I do anything for you. Don't make me over now that you know how I adore you. Don't pick on the things I say, the things I do. Just love me with all my heart, the way I love you. I'm begging you, don't make me over. Don't make me over. Now that I can't make it without you. I need you so. Don't make me over. Yeah, do it to me. I wouldn't change one thing about you. Just take me inside your arms and hold me tight. I'll always be by your side. Whenever you're wrong or right, I'm begging you, don't make me over. Don't make me over. Now that I do anything for you. Don't make me over. Change, no change. We're down to the park. Everything was dark. Oh yeah, yeah. All of a sudden, on came the lights, and everything was feeling right. People started dancing. They called me over to join in. They said, JT, don't you feel good, man? Come on and join the reggae jam. I heard them singing, ooh la la la. Hey, JT, let's go dancing. Ooh la la la. Reggae dancing. Ooh la la la. Woo! Let's go dancing. Go get your dancing shoes. Get your dancing shoes. Reggae dancing. I wanna get to know you. Come on, let's reggae down. Oh yeah, yeah. Get better acquainted so that everything will be fine. Hey, lady. Hey, baby, what's your name? Is it a Mrs. or is it Miss A? If you smile yourself, I'd like to take you for a ride. We can check the scene and we can reggae down, and we'll be singing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la. Come on, let's go reggae dancing, ooh la la la. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la. Reggae dancing, ooh la la. Well, it's a special, such a happy. Do you wanna come dancing? Reggae dancing. Now we on the floor. Give me some more. Oh yeah, yeah. The world is yours for dancing. Yeah. Just let that music take you.
Hello. All right, thank you very much. I'd like to say a very good morning to everybody seated this morning. I'd like to welcome us to this conference. I can tell you in the shortest of time we'll be starting. But please, I'd like to make a plea at this point. I want us all to please check the phones with us. Someone's phone is missing already, and I think it's too early for that. I know it's not stolen, maybe it was mistakenly taken. So please just check. Oh, it has been seen. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Can we please clap for ourselves, please? Thank you very much. Really do appreciate. But we'll start in the shortest of time. We'll promise you that. Thank you.
We could be lifted from the shadow. Lifted, oh, we could be lifted up today, lifted all the way. You and I forever, baby, lifted. Oh, we could be lifted, we could be lifted. Hey, yeah.
You're live in the mix. A mix with DJ Kenos. In the mix.
Only
You're live in the mix with DJ Camps, the Mix Emperor.
Just appreciate the little things I do. Oh, you're the one who's got me inspired. Keep on lifting me higher. So good, good, loving somebody, and somebody loves you back. It's so good, needing somebody, and somebody needs you back. We can build a world of love, a life of joy, make our goal each other's happiness. I will do for you anything that I can. Oh, every day I want to do a little more, just a little bit more. It's so good, loving somebody, and somebody loves you back, and that's a fact. It's so good, wanting somebody, and somebody wants you back. Said it's so good. To be loved and be loved in return, it's the only thing that my heart desires. Just appreciate little things I do. Oh, you're the one who's got me inspired. Keep on lifting me higher.
Must understand the touch of your hand makes my pulse react. That it's only the thrill of boy meeting girl opposites attract. It's physical, only logical. You must try to ignore that it means more than that. Oh, what's love got to do? Got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do? Got to do with it. Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? It may seem to you that I'm acting confused when you're close to me. If I tend to look dazed, I read it someplace. I've got cause to be. There's a name for it. There's a phrase that fits. But whatever the reason, you do it for me. Oh, what's love got to do? It's got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do? Got to do with it. Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken?
Hello, everyone. Please, for housekeeping, just a brief announcement. Please, if you're on the second table to my right, we want to reserve it for our GMs. They're on their way. Please, can you just excuse us from that table to the right upper table? Thank you. Yes, thank you. Second table to my right. You can just move. It's a reserved space for the GMs coming. You can just kindly move to the higher platform just to your right. Thank you.
What up? You're live in the mix with DJ Camps, the Mix Emperor. Pra.
I love you just like
What up? You're live in the mix with DJ Camps, the Mix Emperor. Pra.
With eyes like the desert. It all seems like yesterday, not far away. Tropical, the island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the summer plays, the sun would set so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes, your Spanish lullaby. I fell in love with San Pedro. Warm wind carried on the sea. He called to me. Te dijo te amo. I prayed that the days would last. They went so fast. Tropical, the island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the summer played, the sun would set so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes, your Spanish lullaby. I want to be where the sun warms the sky. When it's time for siesta, you can watch them go by. Beautiful faces, no cares in this world. Where a girl loves a boy and a boy loves a girl. Last night I dreamt of San Pedro. It all seems like yesterday, not far away. Tropical, the island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the summer plays, the sun would set so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes, your Spanish lullaby. Tropical, the island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. Yeah. You say you want to be the one I need. You say you want to be the one for me. You say you want to be the one I need, but then you go and act so crazy. You say you never want to let me go. You say you want to be the one I hold. You say you never want to let me go, but then you go and leave me lonely. If you want to make things right, love can make a way. If you want to take the time
what up? You're live in the mix with DJ Kennox, the Mix Emperor. Pra.
She was looking oh so fine, sipping on nice vintage wine. Something in her eyes told me, love to have your company. I can't imagine the way it made me feel. I gotta get to know you, baby, and that's for real. And I get a rush when I'm close to you. I can feel it, baby. Can you feel it too? It's close to midnight. The clock keeps on ticking. Got to get next to you before the night is through. Close to midnight. The dawn sets in soon. Got to make my move to spend the night with you. I can make you feel so right, caressing you with all my might. So baby, relax and let me show you this. Real good loving starts with just one kiss. I can't imagine the way you make me feel. I gotta get to know you, baby, and that's for real. And I get a rush when I'm close to you. Hey, I can feel it, baby. Can you feel it too? Well, it's close to midnight. The clock keeps on ticking. Got to get next to you before the night is through. Close to midnight. The dawn sets in soon. Got to make my move to spend the night with you. Come and let me hold you tight. Moonlight outside. It's a lover's night.
All right, thank you very much, DJ
Let's light
Kenox.
up the night.
All right, thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, still seated here this morning. I can promise you now that in the next 10 minutes we'll be starting this event improper. But please, if you're representing the DG of Nimasa, please can you pull for the beat? The representative of the DG for Nimasa. Okay, I believe that the representative is not here yet. All right, but please, if you're the one representing the DG for Nimasa, please try and talk to the local organizing committee. They need one or two words from you. Thank you very much, really do appreciate it. So DJ Kenox, let's take it.
Close to midnight, the dawn sets in soon. Got to make my move to spend the night with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What up? You're live in the mix with DJ Counts, the mix and pro.
Oh, yeah.
Don't be sad, understand. Everybody has a day and the sun stays away. Take heart in a new tomorrow. Little more love between makes for a brighter day. Never need
I'd like to announce the arrival of the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources in Lagos, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab. Can we please acknowledge the Honorable Commissioner with a big round of applause? Thank you very much. I'd also like to announce the arrival of the Permanent Secretary, Office of Environmental Science, or Environmental Services, Dr. Mobolaji Tajuddin Jaji. Thank you very much, Mobolaji Jaji. Thank you very much, sir.
What up? You're live in the mix with DJ Canucks, the Mix Emperor. Pra.
Marvin, he was a friend of mine, and he could sing a song.
You're live in the mix with DJ Canucks. In the mix.
Sang of the joy and pain. He opened up our minds, and I still can hear him say, "Oh, talk to me, so you can see what's going on. Say you will sing your song forevermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down on the night shift. I bet you're singing proud. Oh, I bet you're full of pride. Gonna be a long night. It's gonna be alright on the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. You found another home. I know you're not alone on the night shift. Jackie, hear what you're doing now. It seems like yesterday when we were working out. Jackie, oh, you set the world on fire. You came and gifted us. Your love, it lifted us higher and higher, and we'll be there at your side. Oh, say you will sing your song forevermore, evermore, evermore. Gonna be some sweet sounds coming down on the night shift. I bet you're singing.
All right, distinguished guests, thank you very much, DJ Canucks. Can we all please rise as we take the national anthem? And I'd also like to crave our indulgence that the third stanza of the national anthem will be our opening prayer. Thank you very much. May we all please rise. At the count of three, we'll go. 1, 2, 3, go. Nigeria, we LD are on the net. So the third stanza for opening prayer, O God of nation. Grand is our one request. Thank you very much. And God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria as we have our seats. I didn't get that amen. Thank you very much. Our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, top government functionaries here present, I'd like to welcome us all to the 58th Annual Hybrid Conference of the Science Association of Nigeria, SAN, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, with the team Science, Coastal City, Public Health, and Social Equity in the Blue Economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize some of our top dignitaries here present before we commence the program. I'd like to recognize the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources in Lagos State, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab. Can we please give him a big round of applause? Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I'd also like to recognize the Permanent Secretary, Office of Environmental Services, Dr. Omobolaji Tajuddin Jaji. Can we please give him a big round of applause? Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize the President, Science Association of Nigeria, SAN, Professor Adeniyi Ogunjobi, FCAN. Thank you very much. I'd also like to recognize the National Vice President of the Science Association of Nigeria, Professor Mariam Aminu. Can we please give her a big round of applause? Thank you very much, really, really do appreciate. I would also like to recognize some top government functionaries here present. I'd like to recognize the General Manager, Lagos State Command and Control Center, Mr. Femi Kenneth Giwa. Can we please give him a big round of applause? Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, Barrister Khadija Oluwabukola Adeyemo. Can we please give her a big round of applause? Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize some of our panelists here seated. She is the founder of the African Maritime Environmental Sustainability Initiative. With a big round of applause, please let's welcome Dr. Mrs. Felicia Chinwe Mogo. Thank you very much, ma. Really, really appreciate. Would also like to recognize the Director, Institution for Marital Studies, University of Lagos, Akoka, Professor Abiodun Mary Odukoya. Can we please give her a big round of applause? Thank you very much. Also here this morning with us is the professor and also the director of the Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainability Development in LASU, Professor Yusuf Kafilat Abosede. Thank you very much, really do appreciate. I would also like to recognize all council members of the 2024-2026 of the Science Association of Nigeria. Can we please give our council members a big round of applause? Thank you very much, really, really do appreciate. I would also like to recognize the members of the Local Organizing Committee, LOC, led by Mr. Mustafa Barua. Can we please give the Local Organizing Committee a big round of applause? Thank you. I'd also like to recognize this body. It is the Lagos State Public Service Science Association of Nigeria, SAN, led by the ESCO, the chairman, Dr. Oluwasukomi Sojuno. Can we please give them a big round of applause? Thank you very much. I'd also like to recognize all the members of the Science Association of Nigeria. Can we please give ourselves a big, big, big round of applause? Thank you very much. And for all of our students here present, can we please give also a big round of applause to them? Thank you very much, really do appreciate. My name is Babatunde Olubajo. I'll be the anchor person for this event. So to kickstart this event and put the tune to what it's meant to be, I'd like to invite for the opening remarks the Permanent Secretary, Office of Environmental Services of the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. With a big round of applause, please let's welcome Dr. Tajuddin Omobolaji Jaji. Let's give him a big round of applause as he makes his way. Thank you very much, really do appreciate it.
wonderful morning to see everyone here. Let me start by um, doing the normal thing. Um, I hope you started enjoying the Lagos fanfare and the atmosphere, or was it too busy for you? Anyway, the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, my dear brother and Oga, Mr. Adetokunbo Philip Wab, the President, Science Association of Nigeria, Professor Ogunjobi, and other distinguished council members. Let me also extend my greetings to people from other states of the Federation that are here present. I didn't want to waste your time mentioning too many names. It is with great pleasure and a profound sense of honor that I welcome you all to the 58th Annual Conference and Annual General Meeting of the Science Association of Nigeria, SAN, proudly hosted by Lagos State and officially tagged ECO 2026. On behalf of the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, the management and staff of the ministry, and indeed the government and people of Lagos State, I warmly welcome our distinguished keynote and plenary speakers, eminent scientists, researchers, technologists, policymakers, members of academia, development partners, captains of industries, students and delegates who have gathered from across Nigeria and beyond for this important scientific event. We are particularly delighted that the National Executive Council of the Science Association of Nigeria entrusted Lagos State with the hosting of this prestigious conference. We regard this as a recognition of the state's commitment to science, innovation, environmental sustainability, and evidence-based governance. The Secretariat of the Science Association of Nigeria, Lagos State Public Service Chapter, is domiciled in the Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources. Lagos State is also home to over 2,000 scientific officers and science technologists serving across numerous ministries, departments, and agencies. These professionals continue to make significant contributions to environmental management, public health, water resources, agriculture, urban development, research, and several other sectors that support sustainable development and improve the quality of life of millions of Lagos residents. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference, Science, Coastal City, Public Health, and Social Equality in the Blue Economy, is both timely and highly relevant. As Africa's foremost coastal megacity, Lagos faces the realities of rapid urbanization, climate change, environmental degradation, pollution, and increased public health challenges. At the same time, our coastal location presents enormous opportunities for economic growth through the blue economy. Harnessing these opportunities sustainably requires sound science, technology, innovation, effective public policy, and strong partnerships among governments, academia, industry, and development partners. This conference therefore comes at a critical time. It provides an important platform for exchanging ideas, sharing research findings, strengthening interdisciplinary collaboration, and developing practical science-driven solutions to some of the most pressing challenges facing our nation. It is our expectation that the deliberations over the coming days will generate actionable recommendations capable of informing public policy, advancing scientific research, strengthening environmental governance, improving public health outcomes, and promoting inclusive and sustainable development. Lagos State remains firmly committed to supporting scientific research, innovation, and evidence-based decision-making. We recognize that science and technology are indispensable tools for addressing today's complex development challenges and for building resilient, prosperous, and sustainable communities. I therefore encourage all participants to engage actively through this conference. Let us use this opportunity to exchange knowledge, build enduring collaborations, and generate innovative ideas that will contribute meaningfully to Nigeria's development and the realization of the immense potential of the blue economy. Before I conclude, I wish to sincerely appreciate the National Executive Council of the Science Association of Nigeria for the confidence reposed in Lagos State, I also commend the local organizing committees, our sponsors, partners, collaborating institutions, and all those whose dedication and support have made ECO 2026 a reality. It is now my singular honor to welcome you once again to Lagos State and wish you fruitful deliberation and a rewarding conference. Thank you for your attention. God bless you, the Science Association of Nigeria. God bless Lagos State, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On top of that, I say, thank you very much.
We can make it louder for the permanent secretary. That is the way we greet in Lagos. And there's a way we do it in Lagos. We don't say welcome to Lagos. We say this is Lagos. Thank you very much. So to now welcome us officially the Science Way, because we just did it the State's Way. Now to welcome us the Science Way, I would like to welcome the President of the Science Association of Nigeria. With a big round of applause, please let us welcome Professor Adeni Ogunjobi, FCAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the moderator. His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, in absentia, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Adetokunbo Wahab, the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Tajuddin Omobolaji, other government functionaries here present, head of institutions, head of departments, other dignitaries here present, ladies and gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, science students, and other people here present. Permit me to welcome you this way. May I say that I'm extremely happy and humble to stand before this August Assembly to welcome you to the 58th Annual Hybrid Conference, tagged ECO 2026 of the Science Association of Nigeria, holding here in Lagos Airport Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos, with this theme, Science, Coastal City, Public Health, and Social Equality in the Blue Economy. I give glory to God Almighty for the gift of life and for safe trip given to every participant to be here. I must confess that it is an auspicious time to travel for conferences in the history of our dear country, Nigeria. I have been privileged to travel across all the states in Nigeria and as well follow this association to the north and to the south of this country when things were better, when situations were safe. But today, no one can do that again by road. But I want to especially thank those who have come. As I speak, I know there are people that came from the north, central, northwest, southwest, southeast, south to this conference. This current situation in our country did not permit people traveling, but because of our dedication and commitment to science, many of us risk our lives, not just resources, to come to attend this conference here in Lagos. Some of our participants here today are from the core north of this country. That you are here today, I salute your courage and your commitment to uplifting science in Nigeria. I pray that God will heal our country. Considering the sacrifice of Nigerian scientists, the government should reciprocate with adequate funding and infrastructure to support the study of science across all spheres of academic activities, from the elementary schools even to the tertiary institutions. On this note, I want to use this opportunity to call on the government at all levels, the local government, the state government, the federal, to pick interest in the study of science in Nigeria. This can only be evident in budgetary allocation to scientific activities in schools and actual performance in releasing funds in terms of grants to scientists and scientific organizations, such as the one we are doing now. It will not only be a challenge to our leaders to institutionalize a percentage of the annual budget of the state to scientific activities. This will enhance science activity and also foster development in our country. May I, on behalf of the Council of Science Association of Nigeria, welcome all of us to the Center of Excellence. And I also want to use the opportunity to acquaint you with Science Association of Nigeria, SAN. SAN is an independent scientific association dedicated to promoting excellence in science. One of the major activities of SAN is our annual conference. The annual conference is hosted by different public, private institutions of higher learning, research institutes, government ministries, departments and agencies, and at different locations across the nation. The conference avails scientists, both at local and international level, the opportunity to interact, the opportunity to share ideas, to work together and to network, present paper and share current issues that are of interest to the scientific lives. Let me, on behalf of Science Council, inform you that Science Association of Nigeria, SAN, is the foremost scientific organization in Nigeria. It was established, it was an offshoot of West African Science Association of West Africa. And SAN started in the University of Ibadan in 1958 as the first scientific organization in Nigeria, when our four founding fathers saw the need for science in Nigeria to come together under one umbrella. Then SAN was formed. And SAN was very strong, varied, visible in Nigeria then, even when government was interested, until when other association of science discipline began to separate into science-based discipline and science-based society. Some of these are too numerous to mention at this point. Let me just add this, that my own field of science came out of SAN in 1974 at a conference like this that was held in Ile-Ife, then University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. And many other associations like that left from this main body of SAN. The discipline-based association that we have seen today seem to have taken the place of SAN, but thank God for the vision of our founding fathers who did not allow the association to be forgotten. I want to mention a few of them that I can call our living ancestors who are still carrying the banner. Although retired, many of them are retired, but are not tired. I have the privilege to have worked with some of them. Professor Eso Ajayi, then chemistry department in University of retired now. Professor I. Fawole, Professor M. Momo from University of Yusuf Danfodio University in Sokoto, Professor Obashola Fagade, Professor Adeni Itogun, here present today, Professor Eso Fawole Owa, to mention but a few. These are people who had vision to carry this association all this while, and we took over from them. May I say on this note that they have done their part. They have left it for us, those of us that are remaining. The elders mentioned here have done their part in the organization. They kept it afloat at the difficult time in Nigerian history. It is now in our court to pick up the baton and to rise up to popularize Science Association of Nigeria in your own sphere of influence. Use what you have to make science known to others. Join in the gospel of preaching of science in this country. And our government functionaries should help us to make it clear to the government that science is the bedrock of development. Without it, development will elude us. Let me also say at this junction that SAN also has some publication outlet that I want to acquaint you of. It is important to state that our journal, Nigerian Journal of Science, is the foremost peer-reviewed scientific journal in the country. And our Bulletin of Science Association, pride itself on being the oldest scientific information dissemination outlet in Nigeria. The NJS is yearly published and currently is in volume 55, which is very scarce among the scientific body here in Nigeria. It's a real privilege to belong to this association. You may submit your article directly through the website of the association, www.san.org.ng. Your patronage is hereby advocated for us to keep the journal alive. I am delighted to welcome all participants of this 58th annual conference to Lagos Airport Hotel Ikeja. It is an auspicious time in the history of Science Association of Nigeria to host our 58th annual conference here in the Center of Excellence, ECO 2026. If I may recall that this is the second edition of our annual conference of SAN that will be hosted by Lagos Public Service. The first time the conference was held here by Lagos Public Service was in 2018. It was a joy to be a very successful conference at that time. This gave us the confidence that SAN Lagos chapter is known to be very good in hosting conferences and doing what it takes to make the association proud by living up to expectation. This, I believe, that the LOC chairman, ably led by Mr. Mustafa Barua, will live up to the tradition of SAN Lagos chapter in this regard. Let me thank the Commissioner of Environment and Water Resources for accepting to host this conference in this difficult time in the annals of Nigerian history. It is a real privilege. It is a real privilege which I do not take for granted. I want to salute your courage, sir. And I also want to salute the courage of the LOC member, shared by Mr. Barua and all his able lieutenants for organizing this kind of conference. their dedication, their diligence to make it a reality is noted. It is a great privilege to have a crop of astute, dedicated scientists here in Lagos, in the city of Lagos, to champion the cause of Science Association of Nigeria, and as well as solicit for your continuous support for the association. On a final note, I want to wish every participant a successful deliberation at this conference. You are all welcome to ECO 2026. Long live Lagos Public Service. Long live Science Association of Nigeria. Long live Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our president. We can make it louder. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. Please, I'd like to crave the indulgence that please, once you're on this stage, we should try to manage time. But before we go forward, we have to do some safety moment for just 2 minutes. And this is because we'll be here for the next 4 days. And to take us through this safety moment, I'd like to invite to the microphone Mr. Glory Adebayo from the Lagos Airport Hotel. Please, for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, apologies for breaching in the program. We should have done this earlier. My name is Gloria Adebayo, and I'm the Safety and Facility Manager for Lagos Airport Hotel. And on behalf of the staff and management of Lagos Airport Hotel, so you are welcome, and thank you for partnering with us. And this morning, I want to intimate us on safety moment and housekeeping rules. And this particular hour is where we call Romeo of Lagos Airport Hotel. And in these facilities, we have 2 convenience, with one very close to the exit door over there, and there's one very close to me at my right hand side behind this screen. And in these facilities, we have 8 fire extinguishers in 2 varieties, DCP and CO2, in case of any emergency. We don't pray for such. And also these facilities is surveillance 247 with our camera, which is being watched at our back end by our team. However, we can see that accreditation is being put in place for the process of this conference. However, peradventure, you see someone not being accredited properly without tags, please raise an alarm to any of our teams or part of the LOC team that are on ground, so as to escalate the issue to avoid any theft. And as well, our muster point is immediately the exit door over here, and we also have another one very close by here. That's our exit point. And our muster point, in case of any emergency, is immediately after this building at the car park. That is our muster point in case of emergency to take our roll call. And as well, we want to commend the sound is within the decibel that is the standard of Lagos State. Thank you very much, and thank you for partnering with us, and have a fruitful and productive section.
Can we please give Lagos Airport Hotel a big round of applause? Thank you very much, really do appreciate it. Now we'll be going for goodwill messages. I will just be taking 2 goodwill messages. And in the first of the goodwill message, I'd like to invite to the microphone the General Manager, Lagos State Command and Control Center, Mr. Femi Kennedy Giwa. Can we please give him a big round of applause? Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Compere. I would like to, first and foremost, recognize our very indefatigable and highly esteemed Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tukumbo Wahab. I greet you, sir. And also our highly esteemed Permanent Secretary, Office of Environmental Services, Dr. Tajuddin Gachi. I greet you. Our ES, who is here from the Water Regulatory, section of the Ministry of Environment, Barrister Dema, I also greet you. I would like to say, let me just key into the protocol already established by our highly esteemed Permanent Secretary. I want to congratulate the organizers of this laudable program. Of course, this is the 58th session of the Science Association of Nigeria. It's really very, very timely and apt, considering the fact that Lagos State is a highly urbanized coastal city. And we'll know that for a coastal city like Lagos, we are actually bewildered with environmental problems. We also have climate-related risk, and of course, myriads of challenges emanating from man-man-man environment interaction, resulting to very important simultaneous processes. Sometimes it will result to risk, hazard, sometimes vulnerability, and then disaster. So I think that this program is very hard because we would have the opportunity to hear from experts from various professions who are here today. We'll be able to get innovative solutions. More importantly, because science and technology plays a very pivotal role in providing solutions that will, of course, metamorphose into policy plans and programs. Therefore, I want to welcome all of us, and I just hope that we will continue to enjoy the ambience in Lagos, a city of aquatic splendor, center of excellence. Of course, this is a state that provides incentives that are lacking elsewhere. And of course, because we provide incentives that are lacking elsewhere, it has made Lagos more a space of risk than a space of opportunity. Therefore, I believe that with this kind of program, we would be able to provide innovative solutions so that Lagos will continue to remain the best amongst its equal. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, our own General Manager of the Lagos State Command and Control Center. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will be skipping a bit because our Honorable Commissioner needs to leave for some pressing state STJSA. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, with a big round of applause for his keynote address, can we welcome the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokunbo Wahab.
You know, I like it when they sing this song. Eko lo lo kun lo sa, awa lo lohun fun. Eko lo kun lo sa, awa lo lohun fun o. Òkun ò ṣe é gbé lọ s'Àbújá. Ọ̀sà ò ṣe é gbé lọ s'Àbújá o. Èkó ló lòkun lọ́sà, àwa lọ. Let me, Mr. President, Science Association of Nigeria, Professor Ogunjobi, and other council members, distinguished panelists, eminent scientists, researchers, and other members of the academia, development partners, industry specialists, students, other delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me adopt the very well-established protocol. Before going into my keynote address, let me say this. I've seen people dispute science out of ignorance. I've seen people wish away climate change out of stupidity. But as a lawyer, I say to people, if science defines something and gives you the premise and the conclusion, you can't dispute it. The past few weeks and days, I've seen very big cities with great infrastructure, from Texas to New York to Atlanta to Chicago to India to China to parts of Europe, globally experience flash flooding. As at yesterday, before the World Cup final in New York, New Jersey, there was heavy flash flooding. Heavy to the extent that people were dislocated in New Jersey, houses, infrastructure were damaged. That speaks to something. There's a change in the world. And that change has been fully explained by science. And that change is what they call climate change or global warming. Lagos, Nigeria cannot be an exception. So, it's a great pleasure to be amongst such esteemed scholars from our ivory towers, scientists from state civil service, and eminent aspiring scientists as we commemorate the 58th annual conference of the Science Association of Nigeria, SAN. Though whenever I say SAN, something else comes to my mind. I am particularly struck by this year's theme: science, coastal cities, public health, and social equality in the blue economy. Because our world is currently facing unprecedented challenges. It is on record that European nations are experiencing their hottest period ever, even in seasons traditionally expected to be cold. Meanwhile, in Africa, and particularly in Lagos, we are witnessing increasing precipitations, which has exacerbated incidences of flash flooding. As I often say, climate change is real, and we must be ready to play our part in creating a sustainable and resilient environment. During the last World Environment Day celebration, I reflected that nature remains our greatest ally in addressing the climate crisis. From forest and wetland to urban green spaces, nature provides solutions that help us adapt to a changing climate and build resilience. I have no doubt that this gathering will not be daunted by the enormous challenges before us, but rather energized to provide practical solutions through evidence-based research. The fulcrum of this year's theme is the blue economy, which takes me to the introductory song when I said Eko Lolo Kun Losa. It represents far more than ocean, ports, and fisheries. It embodies a vision of sustainable economic growth driven by our water body ecosystem, while ensuring environmental sustainability and social inclusion. To achieve this, science must remain, I repeat, science must remain the foundation of every decision we make regarding our ocean and coastal environments. Scientific research enables us to understand changing sea level, coastal erosion patterns, ocean temperatures, and marine ecosystems. Above all, it provides the evidence necessary for governments to design policies and prepare for future risk. For instance, Lagos is one of Africa's largest coastal cities, amongst the continent's most important economic center. Lagos is bordered only by the Ogun State and a 187-kilometer coastline with the Atlantic Ocean, making us susceptible to diverse environmental challenges. Let me also add, Lagos is the smallest dot state in this country. The size of Lagos is 3,557 square kilometers of land. A third of it is water, which means you have your creeks, you have your ocean, you have your river, you have your lagoon, you have your swamp. That means we have just like 73% of land, and then Lagos is housing 10% of the country's population. Just close your eyes and imagine it. We must also consider Lagos, a low-lying geography, growing population, which make her highly vulnerable to coastal flooding and sea level rise, especially when it rains heavily. And we always have to experience that and prepare for them. Ladies and gentlemen, the choices we make today regarding urban planning, infrastructure investment, And ecosystem protection will determine the resilience of future generations. As scientists, we must continually strive to bring this discussion to the fore. We have not spoken enough about coastal resilience. The health of our ocean and our people are inseparable. For instance, when waterways are polluted, communities become vulnerable to diseases. When flooding contaminates drinking water supplies, outbreak of cholera and other waterborne diseases become inevitable. When marine ecosystem deteriorates, food security and nutrition are threatened. This becomes a public health challenge that we must address with facts and figures. Gone are the days when gown and town pretended that working harmoniously was optional. It is not a choice now. It is a necessity that we must all work together and address. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that the future of our environment and the sustainability of the human race depends on how well we build partnership that transcends sectors and borders. It is time for both town and gown to form a formidable alliance and steer the environmental consciousness of the nation in the right direction. On behalf of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sonwo-Olu, and the good people of Lagos, I welcome you to the city of aquatic splendor, the center of excellence. And I hope you have enough time to enjoy the sounds, the voices, and the scenery of this our great city. Have a wonderful conference.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, sir. A presentation is about to be made to you before you leave, so I'd like to respectfully call on the President and the Vice President to please help us in making this presentation to the Honorable Commissioner and the Permanent Secretary. But the Honorable Commissioner first, sir.
On behalf of the Council of Science Association of Nigeria, and in recognition of your contribution to hosting this conference here in the city of Lagos, the Council, through its leadership, hereby present this award of appreciation to you in recognition of your contribution to Mr. Adetokunbo Wahab, Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. We'll also be making a presentation to the Permanent Secretary of the Office of Environmental Services in the Ministry of
On behalf of the Council of Science Association of Nigeria, SAN, the association hereby present this special award, SAN Award, to you, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. This award carry a weight in the association. It is an award to a scientist, not just award to anybody. We recognize your contribution to science, and this is given to you to foster the development of science and SAN as an organization in Nigeria. Thank you very much for your contribution.
All right, thank you. So we'll do pictures. The Honorable Commissioner's Award, please. Thank you. So immediately after this, we'll be doing pictures without the award. Thank you. Thank you very much. So can we please do without the awards for the second picture? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll do pictures without the award now. Thank you. So I heard the LOCs would also like to join. Thank you. Thank you very much, LOC. Mr. Honorable Commissioner, please, the Council of SAN would also like to take place before you leave. So the Council, please, thank you. Sorry, we could make use of the stairway so every other person can stay on either stair. Thank you. Really do appreciate. Thank you very much, the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources in Lagos. We say thank you for joining us at this ECO 2026. We really do appreciate your presence.
ìtẹ̀síwájú èkó làwọn tèmi wá. e never finish ọlọ́pàá don get new motor. e never finish èyí tẹ̀rí yẹ ó ti pọ̀ tó. òyìnbó èkó ló wá òyìnbó. òyìnbó why you speaking òyìnbó. òyìnbó you dey Lagos òyìnbó. if I carry you go Ìkẹjà my guy you go love Lagos yo.
All right, thank you very much, DJ. If I carry you, come Lagos, you go love Lagos. The first time I saw the word SAN was for Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Up until today, I saw the Science Association of Nigeria. Are they at par or different, sir? They are different. Okay. I'm driving somewhere. So can I call you a SAN tomorrow when I see you? I can call you a Santa. Oh, F-San. Oh, thank you very much. I really do appreciate. Nigeria. Okay. Thank you very much. Now I have the knowledge. So, sir, what of that word, science student? I'm almost science student. Is this still part of that one too? No, it's not. Okay, it is. All right, thank you very much. You know that song, Gavi? You can sing it. You can sing it very well. All right, so I'm just trying to light up the mood before we get. So DJ Kenneth, just put the music, then we'll come back. very much, DJ Kenox. All right. I spoke something about the science student, and a council member had to call me and say science student is an advocacy song for drug abuse. Are we correct? Very correct, Abby. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate. Now you would remember that before we introduced the Honorable Commissioner, we were at a point of goodwill message. Now we'll be going back to that last goodwill message we were meant to take. Then immediately after that, we'll get the keynote speaker's address. But before we get the keynote speaker's address, to welcome for a keynote address, for goodwill message, can we please give the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission a big round of applause as she makes her way, Barrister Khadijat Oluwabukola Adeyemo. You can make it louder. Thank you, really do appreciate it.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I will welcome you to Lagos. I will also try to skip all the courtesies. So I extend courtesies to everyone present. It is with great pleasure and honor that I extend my warm greetings to the President, executive members, distinguished scientists, researchers, academic students, industry partners, and all participants gathered at the auspicious event of the Science Association of Nigeria. I commend the Science Association for this unwavering commitment to advancing scientific knowledge, promoting research excellence, and fostering innovation that contributes to Nigeria's socio-economic development. The theme of this year's conference is evident: science, coastal cities, public health, and social equality in the blue economy. The association has continued to play a vital role in strengthening the nation's scientific capacity and encouraging collaboration among researchers across diverse disciplines. Science remains the bedrock of sustainable development. It provides evidence-based solutions to pressing challenges such as climate change, environmental degradation, public health, water security, food security, renewable energy, and technological advancement. As our nation strives to build a resilient and prosperous future, investment in science, technology, and innovation has never been more critical. As the Executive Secretary of the Water Regulatory Commission, I appreciate the indispensable role of science in ensuring sustainable water resources management, effective regulation, environmental protection, and public health. Scientific research and technological innovation continue to provide the tools required for improving water quality, enhancing wastewater management, strengthening climate resilience, and achieving sustainable development goal, especially goal 6, the clean water and sanitation for all. I therefore encourage greater collaboration between government institutions, academia, research organizations, and the private sector to translate scientific discoveries into practical solutions that improve the lives of our citizens. Together, we can bridge the gap between research and policy, ensuring that scientific evidence informs decisions making at all levels. So our young scientists and students, I urge you to remain curious, innovative, and committed to excellence. The future of Nigeria's scientific advancements rests in your creativity, resilience, and determination to solve real-world problems. As this conference progresses, I'm confident that the robust discussions, exchange of ideas, and research presentations will generate innovative solutions that will positively impact our nation and contribute to global scientific advancements. On behalf of the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, I congratulate the Science Association of Nigeria on this successful gathering and wish you fruitful deliberation and lasting outcomes. Thank you and God bless. our dear state, and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. We can make it louder for the ES. Thank you very much, ma. I really, really do appreciate. It is still ECO 2026, and definitely it's still the 50th annual Ivory Conference. Now it is time for us to take the keynote speaker's address. But this time around, is not here, but Professor Yusuf Kafila Abosede, the Director Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development in LASU, will be doing that. Can we please give her a big round of applause as she makes her way, and not forgetting that it is science, coastal city, public health, and equity, social equity in the blue economy. Thank you, ma, and welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished presidents for Science Association of Nigeria and other member council, the Local Organization Council. Permit me to stand on the established protocol. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University, Professor Ibiyemi Ibidola Latunji Bello, MNI, NPOM, I bring warm greetings to everyone here today. Our vision for academic excellence and blue economy aligns with today's theme. My name is Professor Kafila Yusuf, Director, Center for Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development, Lagos State University. It is my privilege to stand in as the keynote speaker, as as the representative is unavoidably absent. Today's theme is science, coastal cities, public health, and social equality in the blue economy. The blue economy is no longer just an environmental conversation. It has become an economic, social, health, and governance issue. Therefore, science must guide how Nigeria's coastal cities grow the blue economy to protect public health and ensure social equality while preserving the environment. Nigeria is naturally endowed with over 850 kilometers of coastline, making our coastal regions some of the country's most valuable economic assets. Millions of Nigeria depend directly on fisheries, ports, tourism, shipping, and other marine-related activities for their livelihoods. However, these same coastal areas face increasing pressure from rapid urbanization, pollution, population growth, and climate change. The question therefore becomes, how can we continue benefiting from these resources without destroying the ecosystem that sustain them? The answer lies in scientific driving and evidence-based decision-making. Coastal cities are the backbone of Nigeria's blue economy, generating revenue through ports, shipping, fisheries, tourism, and the oil gas sector. Beyond their economic value, ecosystems such as mangrove and wetlands provide natural flood protection, store carbon, and support marine biodiversity. This environmental benefit translate into social value, creating jobs, strengthening food security, and supporting millions of coastal livelihood. Protecting our coastal ecosystem is essential for sustaining both economic growth and community resilience. This brings us to an important question. What are the major threats facing Nigeria coastal city today? Despite their importance, Nigeria coastal city face several interconnected challenges. Flooding is becoming more frequent, damaging infrastructure and disrupting livelihood. Rising sea levels threaten coastal settlements and critical infrastructure. Rapid urbanization continues to outpace planning, leading to congestion and pressure on public services. Poor waste management pollutes waterways, while informal settlements often lack adequate sanitation and drainage. These challenges are not isolated, they reinforce one another. We have environmental degradation as direct consequence of human health. Flooding and poor drainage increase spread of malaria and other vector-borne diseases. Polluted water sources contribute to cholera, typhoid, and diarrhea diseases. Marine pollution also contaminates seafood, threatening food security and nutrition. In addition, prolonged exposure to plastics, heavy metals, and industrial pollutants create long-term health risk. This reminds us that protecting the environment is also an investment in protecting human health. Sustainability is incomplete without social inclusion. Sustainability coastal development begins with protecting natural ecosystem. Restoring mangrove strengthens coastal protection and provide habitats for marine life. Wetland conservation reduces flood risk while preserving biodiversity. Coastal ecosystems also play a significant role in carbon sequestration, helping mitigate climate change. Nature-based solutions provide more sustainable and cost-effective alternative than engineered infrastructure alone. At the same time, adopting circular waste management practices help reduce pollution entering marine environment. Sustainability is incomplete without social inclusion. The benefits of blue economy must reach everyone, especially vulnerable coastal communities. Women, young people, persons with disability, and artisanal fishers should actively participate in decision-making processes. Equitable process to education, employment, and economic opportunities is essential. Environmental justice also requires ensuring that disadvantaged communities do not bear the greatest burden of environmental degradation. Ultimately, inclusive governance leads to stronger and more sustainable outcomes. Technological innovation is transforming coastal management. Artificial intelligence and machine learning enable us to analyze environmental data and predict future challenges. Internet of Things sensors provide continuous monitoring of water quality and pollution. Drones offer efficient environmental surveillance, while digital twins allow planners to simulate future scenarios before making expensive decisions. Early warning systems also improve disaster preparedness by providing timely alerts for floods and storms. Together, these technologies strengthen evidence-based decision making. Nigeria already has several important policies supporting sustainable coastal development. These include the Blue Economy Ministry, National Climate Policy, National Adaptation Plan, Integrated Coastal Zone Management Framework, and Marine Pollution Regulation. In addition, the Sustainable Development Goals provide a global framework that aligns environmental protection with public health and social inclusion. The challenge today is about policy availability and more about effective implementation, coordination, enforcement, and adequate funding. Looking ahead, there are 5 strategic priorities deserve particular attention. First, investing in climate adaptation to strengthen resilient communities and infrastructure. Second, promoting an inclusive blue economy that improves livelihoods while protecting ecosystem. Third, strengthening collaboration between scientists, policy makers, industry, and community. Fourth, encouraging interdisciplinary research that integrates engineering, environmental science, health and social sciences. And finally, empowering young people through innovation, digital technologies, and entrepreneurship and leadership. These priorities provide a practical roadmap towards sustainable coastal development. In conclusion, I would say science must remain the foundation of evidence-based policy. Second, healthy coastal ecosystem as essential for public health, climate resilience, and economic prosperity. Third, long-term economic growth is impossible without environmental sustainability. And finally, the blue economy only succeeds when government, academia, industry, and society work together. Sustainable coastal development is not solely an environmental responsibility. It is a shared national responsibility. In closing, the future of coastal areas will not be determined by chance, but by the quality of scientific decision we make today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can make it louder for her. Thank you. Really, really do appreciate Professor, I'm trying to get the name. Professor Khadija Kafila. All right, thank you very much. Really do appreciate. Now we're about to move to our discussion, and we'll be doing this as fast as possible before we go for our tea break, because some of our panelists need to leave. But before they leave, we need to get those knowledge from them. So I'd like to invite to the microphone to moderate this panel discussion, Dr. Toyosi Igejogbon. Can we please give her a big round of applause as she makes her way? She's an associate professor of the aquatic ecology at the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Futa. Can we give her a big round of applause? Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's with utmost pleasure that I welcome you all to this session. And what we're going to do here is having a discussion on a theme, blue economy and urban coastal resilience. We've heard a lot from our keynote speakers that the aquatic ecosystem has so many unprecedented challenges, like reducing fish stocks, flooding, coastal erosion. The list is endless. But irrespective of that, there are also opportunities. Opportunities for transportation, for renewable energy, for food security, and this is what we want to come here to trash out. We are not here to just talk about the challenges, but we are here to talk about the practical solutions that can evolve from these challenges and the ecosystem, and also to look at advances in science and also policy, how all of this can foster the aquatic ecosystem. I will be doing this with some seasoned panelists and discussants here, and I want you to encourage them and share them up as we invite them up to the stage. In no particular order, the first panelist that I'll be inviting is Professor Abosede Yusuf. Please clap for her. She is the Director for Center of Environmental Studies and Sustainable Development, Lagos State University, Ojo. Our work has significant contributions to environment, sustainability, climate change adaptation, ecosystem management, and our work also focuses on integrating environmental science into policy. You're welcome, Prof. The second panelist I will be calling is Professor Abiodun Odukoya. Please clap for her as she comes up. Please cheer her on. She is the Director, Institute of Maritime Studies, University of Lagos, Akoka. She is an accomplished scholar in maritime studies, blue economy, and her work continues to advance the understanding of how maritime institutions can drive a sustainable economy. I've been introduced, I'm Toyosi Gejogba. I'm an aquatic ecologist and associate professor at the Federal University of Technology, Akure. So we go into the nitty-gritty of the matter without further ado. Thank you very much for coming, Mas. So we'll just try and I'll ask you some questions, and these questions are just aiming to give us practical way forward and to help us build resilience to our coastal community based on your level of experience and knowledge. And we hope that at the end of the session, we'll be able to come out with actionable policies that can actually foster development. My first question will be directed to you, Professor Abosede. We know that Nigeria coastline is experiencing rapid urban expansion. There's urbanization, and this has made aquatic life to be at stake, the aquatic ecosystem to be at stake. We cannot say there won't be urbanization, or we can limit the increase in a particular community or a state. Now, how can we align these two together? Improving urbanization, increasing urbanization, and sustainably taking care of our oceans and our aquatic ecosystem.
Thank you. We rely mostly on gray infrastructure for our coastal line. But that is not enough. We need to co-opt green infrastructure. This green infrastructure include wetlands, mangroves, and beaches, because these are the ones that can protect flood. They can support the wave energy, surge from wave energy from the coast. So if we use this along with the gray infrastructure, we will be able to get a better sustainable coastal ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Ma. I just want to take you up on that a little. I'm coming to you, Ma. For example, we know of Lagos building houses along the aquatic line where waters are naturally meant to flow. We know because of the surge and increase in population, there are some infrastructures that are not where they should be. They're actually along the coastlines, and this has cost so much. Water will always fight its way back. How can we continue to develop without affecting our coasts? A follow-up to the initial question, ma'am.
Yes. All we need to do, we need to find a way to include the community, coastal community, to increase the number of mangrove planting and monitoring. So with this, because these are the green infrastructure that fights the surge and the waves apart from the gray infrastructure we have.
Thank you very much, Ma. And if I have to get you clear on that, they will also be sources of blue carbon. And they can also trap carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and also build in climate resilience.
Yes.
Thank you very much for those jamming points. Ma, over to you, Ma. My first question, the blue economy is widely recognized as a hub of opportunities for an economic growth. So I want to ask, what are the main drivers in the blue economy that you think Nigeria and especially Lagos State should be focusing on now to yield and to actually improve sustainable development of the economy?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's afternoon already. Good afternoon, everyone. So delighted to be here. And I want to appreciate the organizer for asking us to be here. So, I mean, on behalf of very good people of University of Lagos, we call ourselves University of People's Choice, Nation's Pride. So I congratulate you for this wonderful conference. I mean, blue economy. I'm going to be talking from my heart now because, you know, as the director of Institute of Maritime Studies, I sit in an office where I collaborate with most of the stakeholders in the marine sector. I mean, NIMASA, MPA, even the ministry itself. So I just want us to draw us back. You know, now the government is trying to diversify the economy. And what are the new area? If you know, in the past, we used to be mono-economically inclined as a country. The only thing we have is crude oil, isn't it? And now crude oil has failed us, especially with this climate change. Everybody is accusing our fossil fuel. We want to diversify from the fossil fuel. So government is looking at other way of economy, you know. We've tried mining. Even I would say mining has failed us because now we have a lot of illegal miners. And even the security we are witnessing in the country now is actually partly based on the illegal miners, you know. Another thing we are looking at is agriculture. There is a clash between mining and agriculture also. If you see what is happening in Plateau, Benue states, it's always because of the herders and the, farmers' problems. So how are we going to look at the blue economy so that we won't have the same problem with this blue economy? I think we really need to sit down and think through it so that we are not going to miss it again within the blue economy. And I'm so particularly glad because this regime, this government, in its wisdom, noticed that we really actually need a ministry on its own. And that is why for the first time we have a ministry that oversees marine and blue economy. And with that, I think if we look at it very well and we try to do what is right, we should be able to get it right. So there is blue economy, justification for that. We know people have been talking about the opportunities, and that cannot be overemphasized again. The blue economy can help Nigeria diversify, like I said. I mean, there are a lot of opportunity beyond crude oil, like I said. It can create employment, generate opportunities, you know. And I'm going to be talking based on maybe 7 points, please. Let me just quickly, so that I can put my minds together. Lagos is particularly sits in a position, you know, with a lot of opportunity because most of the ports we have in Nigeria is situated here, isn't it? And if you look at the port, 70% of our trade, if not be over 70%, are actually driven by our ports. So that is quite a lot. But you know, what kind of ports are we going to have if we are going to have, if we are going to get the dividends of the blue economy? We are going to be talking about modernized ports, environmentally friendly ports. Now, IMO is looking at, green ports. And I remember now they are even working with the NEMASA that by the year 2050, we are not going to be using, they call it Global Climate Voyage Project. We are looking at alternative fuel that is going to be green fuel. That means we are looking at, by 2050, they are not going to entertain any ship that will be driven on our fossil fuel again. So now by then, we have to look at the alternative fuel that is going to be driven our ship. They call it green ports, digitized ports, green ports, ports that are environmentally friendly. So those are the things we are going to be looking at. Even as we are harnessing opportunity within this port, we have ports, logistic and supply chain. And even Nigeria has opportunity to be like a maritime hub within the whole of Africa. But how do we want to play this role if we are not going to move with the global practice, best practice? So we are going to be looking at all those areas. I mean, now, all the congestion that we witness in the ports, how do we change that? The only way we can change that is to look at how to digitize our ports, how to run it so that now people can operate without contacts. You can be in your house logistically and do everything. So sorry, let me just do some ports because now food security too is very important.
We'll still come back. Thank you very much, Ma. Because you actually made a germane point. I just wanted us to allow that settle in about investing a lot into our ports, because it looks like an opportunity for us to develop the economy, for us to have sustainable development, even around our aquatic ecosystem. It looks like a hub of reformation whereby we advance our ports. So this is a clarion call for investment in that aspect and in that sector. Having said that, I will want to come back to you again, Prof. My question for you now is as regards marine governance. We know that there are so many rules and regulations guiding the maritime sector, but yet there are implementation challenges. There are challenges with adhering to these rules and regulations. So I want to ask you, what do you think might be political reforms that would advance adherence? What do you think the government can do? What do you think stakeholders in this sector can do to actually ensure that these government reforms are existing and being adhered to? Thank you.
Prof. Governance. We found out there are a lot of agencies, several agencies, working doing the same overlapping work. But we need a real and powerful, enforceable structure that the government must give us so that we'll be one to control that infrastructure, to control the blue economy.
Ma, the agencies you're talking about are actually here. When you talk of Lagos State, I think most of them are here. And I'm sure they would also want to hear from you. And Ma, if you have any addition to that, I would welcome
please,
it.
I actually have. I always think about, people always say that planning to fail is failing to plan. I noticed that in this part of the world, before we make our policy, there should be science-based evidence. And I'm so glad that we're all scientists, There should be the reason, we are talking about climate change now. It's been proved beyond doubt that, because of our activities, the way we interact with the environment, that is what is leading to climate change. And we are trying to change it over now. So the same way, I think before the government can make policy, there should be science-based, evidence that will power the kind of policy that we are going to form. For instance, let me give an example. Like now, we are talking about the coastal environment. People are dredging, they are, like in layman's language, that they are trying to drive the water away in order to create space for development. But what are the data? how do we, relate to this? What are the evidence that, okay, we do this, this is not going to happen? I think we are still lacking in that area. And that is why, I'm happy that Commissioner, before he left, he was talking about the collaboration between the research institution, universities, the town and gown. I think what we need to do is to collaborate together. The role of the university or the academia is to do the research that will collaborate, that will give evidence,
solutions.
so that at the end of the day, the state governments or the federal governments or any agency can now base their
Implement.
policy on that. I think with that, it's going to work. Instead of just randomly taking decisions that will not help us. So we have to harmonize and harness our work together to be able to make a lot of differences.
Thank you very much, Ma. You have really focused on the fact that there is a need for a synergy. Yes, Ma. There is a need for synergy, and there is a need to collaborate before decisions are being made. On what evidence is it based? What is research saying? What is data saying? And I want to also congratulate the Science Association of Nigeria on this conference, because they are actually collaborating with the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. And I think this is one of the things that we are talking about. Before I move on for that aspect, I would still want to ask any of you again, okay, what main question I want to ask now is, even if we have evidence-based policies, how do we enforce that these policies are actually being adhered to and actually being implemented?
We need finance as well. Finance.
Okay.
So we need to levy the dredging, the tourism taxes. We need to generate all those ones.
Okay.
We also need the port charges. All these must be established so that to make a sustainable blue economy.
That means there must be penalties.
Yes.
For those that
yes,
actually do not implement. Thank you, Ma.
Yes.
Yeah, I personally, finances, penalty, but I think engagement is very important. You know why I said engagement? If you educate people, the reason why they have to behave in a way, I think it's if you buy their confidence, and the reason why, I think they will buy the policy, and you won't have to cajole them to do it. For instance, we are talking about marine pollutions. Our oceans, our lagoons, they are full of microplastics, heavy metals that can be injurious to the health of human beings. So you go to fishers community and you educate them. This is this. If you keep polluting the environment, your fish is going to get polluted. And when people eat such fish, then they are going to come up with cancers. We have increase in the level of people that are coming up with cancers and things like that. You educate them, they get it. I'm sure if you now tell them the better way of doing it, they'll be able to listen to you. Even the percentage that will not listen at the end of the day will be minimal. So the enforcement and everything will be minimal.
Thank you
in
very
that
much.
aspect.
Ma, I think what I would just summarize from your point is having a bottom-up approach. You don't enforce the rules on them. You go to the community and let the rule actually stem from them, sensitize them, encourage them, and let them be adequately educated on the rules and the engagements, and let it go from the down to the top, not just the top-bottom approach. And we have run out of our time, but I will allow you to give concluding remarks on this panel discussion by asking one last question. And I will start from you, Ma. Prof, what advice would you give every young person that has attended this conference? What do you think they should go on with from here?
Yeah, if you are asking me to address the young people, I think I'll just tell them that there are opportunities in the maritime sector. Until I came into maritime sector, I used to think that oil and gas is the biggest economy. But now I realize that maritime sector is actually big. So there are a lot of opportunities, job opportunities, and opportunity to create your own path. And so you could look into that. For instance, in our institute now, we have so many courses, associated with maritime studies, logistics and supply chain, maritime administration, environmental policy. From any background you are, you can fit into that. Then secondly, I want to say that, most of the time we look at the government, but who are the government? We are the government. So wherever you are, your own contribution, and the environment is global. What you do in your community is going to affect me. Climate change now is all over the world. What they are doing in America, in China, is affecting us here in Lagos. That's why we are flooded. So we should be environmentally responsible. Our motto should be environmental sustainability. When you are disposing your waste, where is it going to?
Thank you, Ma.
So let's look at that and contribute our own quota. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. Prof, my final question for you is that what is one priority that you think Lagos State should focus on in building a resilient blue economy for the next 5 years?
I think the Lagos State need to collaborate with the coastal communities. They should partner with them so that they would be the one to do the restoration of this mangrove.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma. This still boils down to partnership and collaboration. Before we draw the curtains close, I think we would love to harvest 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Please let it be very brief. If you have a question for any of our speakers, can you please raise up your hand? We'll take 1 or 2 questions briefly before we finally draw the curtains. Any question, please? In the absence of, okay, thank you. Any other one? We have question 1. We can take 1 extra questions. 2? 2 questions, okay. Okay, thank you. Please, let's give, okay, thank you. We have 1 question from here and another one from there. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. I'm Dr. Habiba Atta, Associate Professor of Environmental Microbiology. I'm at the Bello University Zaria. A big thank you to the 2 professors. They did justice to the topic. My question goes to the Professor of Maritime Studies. I don't know, Ma, is there any current platform where you engage with the higher institutions? Because we have this big gap between the industry and academia. And many of us are interested in the blue economy, but we don't know on what platform do we engage, particularly in the maritime sector. So I don't know, is there any existing platform that you engage with higher institutions in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please answer.
Yeah, thank you so much. Because we are an institution on our own, of course, we collaborate with many people. Like I said, we have collaboration with a lot of maritime sector, but at times we organize conferences, seminars like this. But like you said, if you have, I'm going to our website, if you want to collaborate with us or you have anything, you can get in touch with us from that. And multidisciplinary research is the way forward. So we are open to any kind of collaboration from any institution.
Thank you very much, Prof. In addition to that, because I do work related alongside, if you are from the academia, one strong advice I would give is to try and secure grants. There's so many grants now that are fostering collaborations, multidisciplinary approach, and with such grants, you can work with industries, you can work with communities, you can work with research, and you can work with governments. And I think that is just one way out for you as an academia to be able to harness those different sectors to boosting blue economy. Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Christopher Gosu from Lagos State University. I think my question is related to the one my colleague just asked. I wanted to ask if the NEMASA really have a research unit, and then collaboration would have also come into that. That's the question I wanted to ask.
Okay, actually it's not as if NEMASA has a research unit. But I think in 2013, NEMASA came to Apo University of Lagos that there is a need to develop, develop capacity building, the maritime sector, especially building up their staff and things like that. And that was how we started our institution, And since then, we've been working with them. We've helped them to train most of their staffs. And we also have their staff because they are all trained too as members of our faculties. So, like I said, we are open up to, we have collaborations with so many, even people, university from outside the country. Not to talk about LASU, that is just our neighbor. But one thing about we in academia is we don't we work in silos, you know, and most of our research outputs are in our desk. So I think it's time to come out together and collaborate, you know, multidisciplinary, and like that we'll be able to get a better result. So I'm hoping up to any collaboration from anybody.
Any addition, Prof?
I wanted to say
Yes.
maybe there's the website or anyhow they can reach out. You should be able to.
Everything you need is under University of Lagos website. You will see a corner where we have IMS there. So my contact email address that you can reach out is there.
Thank you very much, Mas. Please, can we put our hands
moderator,
together?
please, we have one last question from the
Okay.
Vice President. Thank you.
Yeah, any one of you can answer this. What role can local communities, particularly women and youth, play in coastal conservation and blue economy development? What will the women, you know, what role can they play and the youth?
Okay. I mean, when we are talking about food security, you know, especially with the kind of fishes that we have now, most of the fisher women, they are women in the coastal community, and that's why we call them artisans. So, and children too, I mean, younger people too. And that is why I was trying to address the younger generations to open them up with a lot of opportunities that are in the maritime sector. Because if flood happen, women and the children are almost the vulnerables. Even when we are talking about environmental problems, be it pollutions, flood, you know, women are hit first. All the waterborne diseases, they affect children much. So what I would just advise that women should try to understand what we are talking about, and they should play their role and look for help, you know, speak out more, seek help, and I'm sure they will be fine.
Yes. I think the government or the organization also must be able to educate the young people. Let them have that innovation, the technologies, and the women also must be trained and
Thank you very much, Ma. Capacity building for women is very important. During our research, capturing gender disaggregated data is extremely important. Yes, I know there's one last question. I do a lot of work around women. I just want to add a very important factor in way we can involve women and youth is giving them a seat in the room and a voice at the table. You will wear the shoes, no it pinches. They bear the brunt of the effect, then they should be given an opportunity to talk, and that is the only way whatever solutions that we're bringing to the table can be adequately inclusive. Last question, please.
My name is Professor Sikiru Adeshinamo from Federal University of Taraba State. How can Nigeria align with SDG of UN to ensure sustainability of our marine resources?
Thank you, sir.
That's a very big question. But you know, if we are talking about blue economy, United Nations, but they have very many organizations that govern them. For instance, we have International Marine Organization, we have, for hydrographic survey, we have IHO and things like that. And you know, if you look at the NEMASA is like the umbrella, they are the regulator as far as blue economy is concerned. So that's what they sit on that. And from the little I know they've been working hard, you know, they collaborate with these people to, because for everything you do in maritime sector, because it's globally related, they have to, their governance, their check notes, they have to, there are regulations they must, for instance, for a ship to drive, it must fulfill the requirements. For you to have your port, you must have your requirements. You know, they have all those things. So they have all those checklists, and they are trying as much as possible to do that. For climate change, that was the example I was going to give. Now IMO is working with NEMASA on voyage, they call it Climate Voyage 2050. Now, if Nigeria is not ready, that means no ship that is driving on fossil fuel will be able to come to Nigeria, and our own won't be able to participate on that. So a lot of work has been doing that to look for alternative energy, and that's where academia are coming. What are the alternative energy that can use? Is it methane? Is it hydrogen? You know, so many things. Is it lithium that is battery that we are looking at? So that is one example. And talking about marine pollutions too, you know, a lot of things are coming into
Thank you,
that
ma.
for sustainability. So they are really working hard.
It's ma.
Although
Thank
we are
you,
not
ma.
there yet, but I'm sure we'll get there.
Thank you very much, ma. In addition to what she has said, Nigeria is actually already harnessing UN platform for building SDGs as regards maritime sector. We might not be yet, but there are a lot of grants. I'm working on one as a principal investigator. So much is actually being done that I will not be able to talk about because of the limitations of our time. We have discussed and we have come to one main conclusion and a big umbrella, that building a resilient blue economy is not the job of one discipline alone. We need the policymakers, we need science, we need researchers, environmental managers.
The coastal communities.
Yes, coastal communities, thank you very much. I think she's very big on that. We need them to all come together. And I hope these discussions have not only educated you, but also initiated from some new research topics, some more points for collaboration and some policy reforms. With that, I want you to please, once again, put your hands together for our seasoned panelists. And on behalf of the Science Association of Nigeria, I want to say thank you for listening to us and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please applaud them louder? Thank you. Please, I'd like to respectfully invite our panelists and the moderator here, while I invite Professor Tajuddin Ahmed from Federal University of Lokoja, and also the Vice President, the National Vice President, Professor Miriam Aminu, to also please join us on stage as we'll present a token to all of our discussants that have done a great job today. So I'll give Professor Tajuddin Ahmed to please do us the honor.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Council, Science Association of Nigeria, and the local organizing committee of ECO 2026, I present this to Professor Yusuf Kafila Abosode for a job well done.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to, our National Vice President, to please all present to Professor Odukoya.
On behalf of the San Council, this award of appreciation is presented to Professor Abiodun Mary Odukoya in recognition of your exceptional contribution as a discussant at the 58th Annual Hybrid Conference. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. So we'll do a group picture. The moderator, please do us the honor. Thank you. I'll fight for the moderator here. No plaque for the moderator. All right, thank you. So your plaque, please. Thank you. Really do appreciate. Thank you very, very much. We really do appreciate. Please, you can take your leave. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, I would like us now to please go for our tea break. But now this is the rule. The roll table here and our council members, please make yourself abreast of this place to do your tea. While those of us sitting from where this pillar is down, please make yourself abreast of that serving tea point. Please, immediately after our council members on our top table, I'd like to invite those on the top table there too, to my left, to please do us the honor here after the council members. Thank you very much. Please, we'll go for tea break, and we'd like to please say this. The tea break will last for only 20 minutes so that we will come back and continue the program. Thank you very much.
Start running wild. My tongue gets tied.
walk, don't talk the talk.
Cause nobody can do it. That's right, we are the best. No other can beat me. The next toughest two-man crew
Stepped up to get your rep up.
They have got a challenge.
What up? You're live in the mix with DJ Canucks, the mix emperor.
held your hand and we started to dance. I had this awesome crush on you, hoping deep down inside that you wanted me to. And now we're here together, preparing ourselves for the future, yeah. 'Cause there's so much that we can do. Oh girl, let me show you. We've only just begun. The romance is not over. And got a lot of love to give. We've only just begun. The romance is not over. I got so much love to give. Let's go to our favorite place, ooh, close to the fire, and let our passions run wild. I love the night
What up? You're live in the mix with DJ Camps, the Mix Emperor. Pra.
Oh, 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 closer to me. I want to feel your breathing permanently. 'Cause darling, I'm not leaving here till I get what I've been waiting for. Some 25 or more, that's all I need. Oh, kisses in the moonlight, sugar, that would make this night complete. There got to be, oh, kisses in the moonlight, sugar, lie away with me. Oh, oh, oh. Most of my days get so busy running, lost in a maze. We got no time for fun and dreams, but every now and then a dream is real. And this is how it feels. Hey, hey, hey. For once in your life, forget about tomorrow. Tonight is the night. Our worries seem so far away. You hold me in your arms so tenderly. I only want a taste of your sweet, sweet ooh. Oh, kisses in the moonlight, sugar, that would make this night complete. There have got to be, oh, kisses in the moonlight, sugar, fly away with me. Oh, fly away with me. Don't let this night end. Right now, in your arms is where I need to be. Please, oh, lady, oh, yeah. This is in the moonlight. And you know, then I know. That's right. When you want all the love you deserve, and the heat's on your mind, don't you even think about it. I'll be there just wrapped around you. I can't hold back what I feel inside. It's just a fact that you should be mine. Anything you want.
So we have 10 minutes more. Please, let's make it as fast as possible. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate.
Anything you want. You got your thought about my love. Your thought about me. Can you woo woo woo? Can you woo woo woo? Can you woo woo woo? Should be mine, all mine.
not about to lose this time. I've taken my chances, been deceiving. But now I'm gonna make you mine. You say you want me all to yourself. Well, I can't share your love with no one else. My life's like an open book, only you can look. I turn the page so that you can see. I want you right here with me. I wanna be that woman that you come for when the loneliness of life starts calling you. I wanna be that woman that you live for long after all your playful games are through. You know I try to do my best, baby, to keep this love of ours alive. I even tried to hide my feelings, but we can't fool the test of time. You've got a lot of love for me, I've got a lot of love for you. Now tell me what you want a woman like me to do. I've been living on a broken heart. Tell me, when is it gonna stop? I wanna love you 1,000 times. I want a man that's mine all night. That you come for when the loneliness of life starts calling you. I wanna be that woman that you live for long after all your playful games are through.
Time in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me, we are not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Lean on me, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Swallow your pride. If I have pain, you need to borrow. For no one can pay all of your needs that you won't mention. Lean on me, we are not strong, and I'll be
healing. So good, good, good. It is good for your bad feeling. Clarify yourself and be a part of it. Come on and be a part of it. Reunite your love and be a part of me. Hear what I say? Spiritual healing, so good. It gives a higher feeling. Ooh, yeah. Spiritual healing, so good, good, good. It is good from your back feeling. Up in your heart, so wild. Let love come running in. If you have that love in your heart now, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Yeah, spiritual healing, so good. It gives a higher feeling. Spiritual healing, so good, good, good. It's good for your best feeling. That's right. Don't ever find yourself alone, caught in the rain, baby. And there's a feeling that comes over you, just can't explain. Oh yeah, lost in the darkness with nowhere to turn. Love can seem so far away. I'll be your shelter in the eye of the storm. Just believe in me when I say you can call my heart your home. Anytime the world comes down on you, you don't have to be alone. Just call my heart your home. Yeah. When you're walking down the streets of life, you feel so alone, oh baby. And every face that seems to wear a smile turns into stone, oh baby. There's always someone try to bring you down, follow everywhere you go. They'll never hurt us or ever tear us apart. Just as long as you always know you can call my heart your home. Anytime the world comes down on you, you don't have to be alone. Just follow the star that leads to my door. Did you know that? Yeah. Didn't you know? What we do, baby? You become an experience. And you know. Unexpectedly, this feeling grew inside, baby. And you know, indications just make me feel so satisfied. Oh.
All right, thank you, all of our distinguished participants. Please, I would like to crave the indulgence of everyone that by 2 p.m. sharp, we'll be starting the afternoon session of this conference. Please, once it is 2 p.m., we'll have to stop the tea break and get to the afternoon session to get it ready. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate your kind appreciation from the beginning till now. Thank you. DJ Kenox.
Your friends would mention to you.
What up, you're live in the mix with DJ Kenox, the Mix Emperor. Pra.
Sometimes when I'm alone, think about everything that leads me home. I know she's waiting just for me. Patient. My lady is one of a kind. A woman like her is hard to find. I must be lucky, I tell myself. She's something. And I just can't believe she's taking my corner through the good and the bad. Life has given me love that I've never had. Oh, how I love you, girl. You are my life in my world. Oh, how I love you, girl. So glad that you are mine.
You're live in the mix, with DJ Kenox. In the mix.
Did you know that? Yeah. Didn't you know?
All right, time check. It is 2 p.m. So about to start the afternoon session of this program. All right. Our amiable National Vice President is showing our photography skill. All right, thank you very much. Really do appreciate our council members. Thank you. All right, our distinguished participants. Thank you very much, DJ Cannon. Please just take it down. Thank you. Distinguished participants, it is the afternoon session of our 58th annual hybrid conference of the Science Association of Nigeria, SAN, of our 4 days training conference, and today being the first day, and 2-3 more days to go. But at this afternoon session, we'll be having one of the best plenary discussants that will be taking us through, and then we'll be asking questions. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please let's welcome Dr. Mrs. Felicia Chinwe Mongo. Can we please give her a big round of applause, the founder of the African Maritime Environmental Sustainability Initiative. We'll be discussing on the blue economy and the urban coastal resilience. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate. Please take your time off.
Can I have the slide projected?
Okay. Slide media.
Media, please. Can I have the slide or the slides projected? And will I have someone to manage it? Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon. It's actually my great pleasure to be here this afternoon, given this opportunity to be part of this very, very important conversation. Yeah, I've been introduced, and blue economy is something that is really has a part of my heart, actually. Yeah, because it throws me back, any conversation on blue economy throws me back to 2018 when I was still in service in Nigeria Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. And I had the opportunity to push for Nigeria to join the blue economy conversation. You know, and my bosses then, the chairman of the board of NEMASA then, Major General India Garba, retired, and Dr. Peter Said, they permitted me, and I brought it up first in a conference we had. We said, blue economy, that partnership is the key to blue economy, because we're already discussing it at United Nations. We are a member of the expert group sitting on an African seat. So they allowed me that, and after that, what really amazed me is that the report we wrote that was passed to the presidency, it was when I had retired from service that the presidency addressed to it, and they still called me back to come and coordinate the presidential committee on blue economy that eventually led to Nigeria having marine and blue economy ministry. I still interface with them. So it's really my great pleasure that Lagos State, being actually the premier coastal city we have in Nigeria, as usual, Lagos will always want to lead, and they lead well. Being so important to me, this is where I joined my husband, married, had all my children, retired, worked here and retired. So Lagos is a very important state to me. Thank you. So without wasting much time, I prefer that we have the slide. I don't know whether, are you seeing the slide, please? Yeah, please. I prefer that. I know that this is a very important conversation. It's not what we can just, I can just stand there and talk about. Yeah. So can you go to the first one? The first slide, please. Yeah. So the title of my talk is Blue Economy and Urban Coastal Resilience. Building a sustainable, climate resilient and prosperous Lagos. I'm using Lagos as a case study because it has all it takes to be the case study. So, next, please. So, as I've been introduced, I worked and retired as a director in Nigeria Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. And when I retired now, I had to establish a platform that I will be using to express myself. And that platform is African Marine Environment Sustainability Initiative. It's a Pan-African NGO that has relationships with so many organizations. At United Nations, we are part of the United Nations Economic and Social Committee. And then at UNESCO, we also have a flag state approved project, which is Coastal Community Resilience and Community and Environmental Resilience. We are partners with UNITA, and then with International Maritime Organization. I consult for International Maritime Organization, and also the NGO is part of it too. So many, and also in Nigeria. And now we are bringing it to the local level. We work with the World Bank. We just finished a project with the World Bank that will become very important in this. That is supporting the Blue Economy Framework of Nigeria. And as I said, through me now, the NGO led the conversation on marine and Blue Economy Ministry establishment in Nigeria. So going to the points now. So we've been talking about blue economy, and the mistake we always make is that we just look at it, just to go and make more money in the ocean, do this, but we have to, as scientists, because we are the ones that will tell the truth, So what in this world is not really science? Please, can somebody tell me? Nothing in this world is not science. So it's our responsibility to advise the policymakers on the right direction. Because if you leave any policymaker, they will be thinking about how to make more money, from the ocean. But the actual meaning of blue economy, since I was born, for example, and I guess it's the same with all of us, we see people getting fish from the ocean and all sorts of things. That is also ocean prosperity. So it can go for blue economy. But what we are talking about today is sustainable blue economy. That's blue economy that stands on the tripod of United Nations pillars on sustainability. That has to do with governance, it has to do with socio-economic welfare, and then, it has to do with policy too, things like that. So blue economy we are talking about today is that one that will still maintain healthy ocean and allow the use of innovation to create more money, more resources, and create more jobs. So it stands on the Sustainable Development Goal 14, which is life below the sea. And you now see that life below the sea has interconnectivity with Goal 1, Goal 2, the one talking about hunger, the one talking about eradication of hunger, poverty, decent jobs, So that is it. So we have to know that when we are talking about blue economy as scientists, we are still referring to healthy ocean. That ocean that does not have pollution. That ocean that is the biodiversity is not destroyed, and many more. That is not suffering from acidification. So, yeah, that is what is all about. Please permit me. I found that I can't use my laptop. Okay, maybe I will even go closer to this place. Wow, okay. So, we can move to the next slide now. misbehaving. The next slide. So that's talking about the connection now. Our coast, we can just imagine we have a lot of lecturers here now. So I have to talk like one, as if I'm a lecturer. But I supervise, I supervise students too on blue economy. But I'm not a lecturer like you, not qualified like you people. But I'll talk like you. So we have to imagine certain things. Our coast, when we are talking about the coast, it's not just, we are talking about that gate, you know. Imagine a gate separating the ocean and the upland. And we have our communities and activities going on there. So our coast is not merely where climate risk are concentrated. Our greatest economic opportunities lie. The blue economy can only thrive if our coastal cities are resilient. And when we are talking about resilience, it's just like hitting somebody and the person will stand without falling. So that's what we want to do. Now that we've discovered, we've joined the globe to see that, oh, there is prosperity in the ocean, that we can meet most of our needs by really utilizing the ocean properly. It is for us to now see, how do we do it without destroying it? How do we do it to stop tragedy of common, where we have taken all the fishes and there will be none, even for us and our future generation. You know, so we are trying to make it resilient, that we use it and it will still stand. You know, it's not polluted. It will still keep giving that service. So this is a typical sustainable blue economy environment where we have what is called spatial mapping. Nigeria is still getting to that. Maybe during question and answer, we deal with all those, where everything is going. See, mangrove is being restored. You see area for aquaculture and things like that. Everything is well defined. It's very organized. And you know that we're talking about urban. It's only in urban city now. Like, since I watch everybody was nodding. In fact, I was telling this my sister that she will have to come to the stage. And everybody was dancing, shaking heads, you know. So this is what you can see in an urban city. We are staying in an air-conditioned room. You know, this is an urban city. But when we go to the rural community, the scene will be different. We see people struggling more, and then maybe fisher women struggling, making their nets and things like that. So when we are talking about blue economy, we don't want to have that kind of situation where there is a drastic divide between the poor or the people that have opportunity and not, and the other ones. So we dwell on the political forum, the high-level political forum statement that says, of United Nations, it says no one should be left behind if we are talking about sustainability. We have to give them like a low-hanging, kind of a safe nest for them to come in. So those community people, we equip them. We also help them to understand what you are talking about. Don't abuse the ocean. We also help, the government should help them also not to abuse. We can't tell them not to throw waste and they don't have an alternative to it. Will it work, please? It will not work. So it's not just to let them know. We have to support them. So that is part of blue economy, you know. Why urban coastal resilience matters now. So we can see that many of us are now in Lagos. Like myself, I've been in Lagos all along. We are having our well-being here. And ports are there. So many activities are going on here. Many people are coming. Lagos is also reclaiming lands, you know, to be like Dubai. You know, all those things we cannot, as scientists, we should make sure that environmental and social impact assessment report is developed for every project. The political class may not know. It's our duty to really do that and ensure that when such projects is going on, all the mechanisms to use to monitor it should be in place. We have countries like the Netherlands. Netherlands, Holland is below the sea, for crying out aloud. They are below the sea, but every attitude of theirs is to protect their people. And have you ever had flooding, apart from the one they had in the 16th century also? And all those things are possible, but we have to also wake up to our responsibility as a scientist. I know we have challenges. We keep presenting our challenges and also keep speaking. We also have to always have to voice out so that we won't even feel, we won't have a guilty conscience when things don't work as the way it should work. We say that we've said it. And when we continue like that, the political class must surely listen to us. So this urban coastal resilience is talking about rapid urbanization, an issue. Climate intensification, an issue. public health pressure, when you now have pollution all over the place, inequality in exposure, just like I gave example of that woman in the rural area and those of us here in the city, So they also have to understand what is blue economy. In fact, my NGO carried out an assessment recently with the coastal women, kind of to see their socio-economic resilience. We are supported by a women organization to do that, and we developed data. So we have that information to now implement. That implementation is what we are looking at up to, because we've seen the facts, how it is, areas of intervention. So here again, we say, why blue economy and urban coastal resilience matter in Lagos. So this is hazard map of Lagos. We all know it. It's a natural circumstance of Lagos that is now being impacted more with activities happening around us and the ones that are coming from other countries even, because water is like ocean. It's not a national thing. It's an international thing. So you can see the hazard. Those areas that are very red in color are the ones that are exposed to erosion and things like that. So if we have this kind of thing, as scientists, there was one formula we used when we are handling World Bank projects the other time, just December. We may not have all we need to carry out real physical research, but we were able, through the services of one of the people, young men that I co-opted into the program, he was able to layer. I'm sure most of you in the university will know it. He was able to layer different maps, socioeconomic map, population, hazard map, and was able to identify that, in case of emergency, or if we want to address emergency, to stop it, not to now start managing it, we identified issues that could be along the coast. So that if the government want to intervene, they will know where to intervene first before we start having issue. So those are the things we have to, low-cost projects, because we cannot have that kind of fund to go and do physical, global, or national projects, and we want to deliver. So this is the opportunity side of blue economy, both globally. There's this speculation, we get this billion of dollars, do this one, but they will not really work if they are not sustainable. If there is no proper scientific investigation through environmental impact assessment, for example, before any project is done in the ocean. So next, please. Why Lagos is defining Nigerian coastal resilience. So this is the Lagos Climate Action Plan. It identifies flooding already as the state's highest priority climate risk-driven extreme rainfall, sea level rise, and coastal subsidence. These are major issues, So it's now we get to that, how to manage these issues instead of allowing ourselves to be exposed to it, so that we don't wipe out. Next, no. Go back to that slide, please. Then the city's lagoon network, wetlands, shoreline, and transport corridors create major blue economy potential, but also high sensitive to poor drainage, pollution, land reclamation, and ecosystem loss. A resilient Lagos must therefore treat wetlands, waterways, drainage systems, public health, mobility, housing as one integrated coastal system. So somebody was asking me when I was talking about wetlands, the ladies, do we have wetlands in Lagos? I said yes, we have wetlands in Lagos, even in front of National Theatre. That's a wetland. So the Ministry of Environment can even start with reclamation of that area, to see how it can be treated. Yes, there are so many ways of treating such polluted areas. And that area, for example, we can guess what polluted it. Then you can start planting mangroves. I learned it was even, the heritage site of UNESCO in the past. So you people have to go back to the books and try to reclaim that area and plant mangroves there. It's a mangrove vegetation environment. So Lagos, our blue assets. These are the blue assets of Lagos. Can you see that beautiful harbor lagoon? See the port, see the area for fishery. See the mangrove again, extensive coastline and beaches. and there is potential for offshore energy. You know, so we have those resources. It's just to use them very well, and we get all we want. See the sandy beach. You know, see, we have that of Bar Beach. I'm sure maybe some younger ones here may not know how Bar Beach was, but it's okay. Dubai, they reclaim areas too, but we reclaim and develop like this one around the Ekpe and all. You see this beautiful type of beautiful beaches too. Next please. Social equity: who benefits, who bears risk, who decides. You know, so women. It's not because I'm a woman, but that is the thing actually. If you go to the fishery sector now, the people that are scaling the fish, removing the intestine, doing this one, they are women. Even the research we did, this one I told you, I mentioned that we just concluded, was it not, John, I think it was 2 weeks ago. It was women. We took sample questionnaire, gave administer questionnaire. You see women, they do all those things, they dry the fish. Some are now complaining that, hey, they used to dry fish, but they've stopped because it started damaging their eyes. We saw that at one of the beaches. We used Port Harcourt, Lagos, and Bayelsa. So women are always there. Then just few women are involved in high-level fishery, you know, having trawlers. So you see that if you have this kind of socioeconomic information, when you want to intervene, you know how to intervene. Like these women now, we've mapped them out, and we are planning to help them, talking to the people that supported us and other people, other organizations that see what we want to do. We've known the ones that we need, like dryers that can be solar powered, you know. And when we told them about blue economy, like people in Brass, they were very, very happy that they've never heard about it, you know. And here in Takwa Bay too, it was such a fun really working with them. So, but we were able to now identify their needs, how to help them, and that's part of blue economy. Blue economy is not just talking about how we get renewable. We have to, how do we include other people? No one should be left behind. So it's to now help those ones that are being left behind. Convert that woman that is using firewood and is destroying her eyes. If we have opportunity, we give them what to use in drying fish. But we advise them that you must you must group yourself into clusters and cooperatives. The people in Brass have already started developing that, so that it will be easy to help them. They will come together. I learned that somewhere in Ekpetu, they have that kind of thing. So those are the things that are happening. Informal coastal workers, artisanal fisher, yeah, this one, women, waste pickers, transport users, you know, low-income waterfront residents are often first to hit. Like if there is erosion now, those are the people that will be first impacted, because they won't even know how to protect themselves. They don't have that. They won't know how to restructure their houses. So all those things are what we should come together, and we won't just focus on the high level benefits. You know, we have to, when we carry all those ones along socially, it's also part of blue economy. So youth inclusion, teaching youth opportunities in the blue economy, so that quite early in life they will know that so many opportunities. We still get to that, and they can have project pipelines along that. Even everyone, nobody should be left behind. The people that are impaired in one way or the other. Next, please. So, and it's really a wide topic, but I'm just trying to summarize it. If we are now talking about how we can create impact, we can also talk about working with nature to reduce risk and enhance value. It was really so much spoken on by the panelists. So, but the more we sing that music, the louder the voice, and the more we remember. So I'll still go back to mangrove. So we have to plant more mangrove. We have to do it. They do all these things in Kenya and everywhere. They are, in fact, they really don't start from the grassroots to come up. They don't joke with their fishery, the mangrove, all those things, even seagrass. So mangrove restoration, wetland conservation, green infrastructure, you know, invest in green spaces, urban forests and things like that, coastal buffers, you know, protect all those things. And people don't know, but we can always introduce all those things to them. I mean, the classes that are not here with us, they don't know what we are talking about. But in their local language, like the work we did, we are converting the report in broken English so that everybody will understand what we did. And it will be ready maybe in 2 weeks' time. Biodiversity protection. You know, we protect and enhance our ecosystem, you know, like aquaculture. We are now teaching also alternative livelihood because the fish stock is seriously depleting. Alternative livelihood. Can you go into aquaculture? You know, can you now learn about seaweed, um, seaweed, kind of culture, kind of all those things? Can you even go into snail farming, alternative livelihood? Can you have fishing holiday? In Brass, I was so impressed. They are clamp. This I don't know what clamp. This is a bivalve. They now have holiday when nobody will go and pick them till after some time. I was so impressed when they were talking about this, and they still do trade by butter. You know, selling crayfish for indomie or fish and things like that. So, but they are very, very organized, and I hope we have opportunity to work with them soon again. So, resilient infrastructure, we have seen how it is. So, talking about adaptation now, yes, we have seen how it is that, Lagos is facing climate change like any other part of the world. And when I'm saying Lagos, I'm using it as a case study. So, we are talking about other coastal communities in Nigeria that are facing this climate change. So what do? When we are coming up with new structures, we have to make sure that they have the right foundation, you know, quite high up, you know, and there is also room for retrofitting. And we have in the ocean now, but that is the federal government's initiative. I'm sure that the federal government will get there, where we now have sections of the sea, a kind of divided. Oh, this place, please don't fish here. Fish in this other place. Build here, don't build there. So it's part of what federal government is also thinking about now. So we have sustainable drainage. Government will do the one they can do. Then us too, we do the one we can do by making sure that we don't clog the drainages, you know. So those are the things and many more. Next, please. Financing, because we are talking about it now. What we do, what we will not do. But financing is a very important thing in the discussion on implementation of blue economy. Now, like I was at our ocean conference in Kenya, the first time our ocean conference that is being organized by World Resources Institute. It happened that my NGO is also a member of the World Resources Institute, Washington, and I'm a member of the expert group. So they had the conference in Kenya. I tried to go, and I'm very happy I managed to go, because financing was the discussion in all the rooms. How to finance, why will banks support to come and support you because you're doing mangrove restoration? You know, it was there that I also learned the more. What can be done? Because there are some of them that impact investors. They don't look at as to benefit that kind of that you take loan from them and you give them back the loan. They do it just social equity. You do it, but there could be a way it can be done. It could be that they will now give the country or the state that fund to manage that wetland, for example. Then, under clean development mechanism, we know it, there will now be what is called debt for nature swap. These are, for example, that's what Seychelles, a small island state in Africa, used to move from third-class country to first-class country. And ocean diplomacy. When United Nations will want to do something, they will say, you can come and host it in our place. From all those, they were getting funds, and they were able to throw the first blue bond globally. Seychelles was able to throw the first blue bond. Please, can you go back to that slide again? So, it could be through public investment, yes. It could be through public capital. Those ones are like the things about shipping and things like that. Those are the opportunities in the industry. Shipping and, now we're talking about deep sea mining, if it happens to be. Private people can go there because they'll make money. But when it comes to these ones I'm talking about, social equity, something kind of things, most of them can be done with blended and climate finance, you know, getting grants, and insurance and risk transfer. That is debt for nature swap and other clean development mechanism funding. Next, please. So this is very tiny, but I was just trying to use this for us to learn lessons from other countries. Like in Netherlands and Singapore, for example, they don't fight water the way we fight water, you know, to come and block that, let it not flow there again. because water will always find there. Please, people, you know I'm not a university lecturer. And that's the only one I remember that is water finds its own density. But there's another thing that is really associated with water. It will always find another way to move, you know? So when we block and block and block, then we are causing, kind of shifting the problem from one area to the other, and it could be more serious. But one thing I discovered, I schooled in Holland, actually, many years back. It's not up to 30 years. But I know that even the plants they have by the shoreside, they are useful. They absorb water. You know, anything about Dutch is that they have history, anything about their water protection. Then they don't normally fight water. They will create another cause for it. You know, it will now become an ocean or make it a park. You know, that kind of thing. So I think that's what we should start talking about. And I'm not used to having an event. That's one thing about me. I'm sorry, I will say that. Don't understand it in another way, but that's me. I don't like coming and we talk and go. I hate it. That was how we started Blue Economy. Because when we finished, the chairman wanted to go. I said, no, sir. He said, we finished now. What do you want, doctor? I said, no, we have to push it now. He said, no, push it again. We asked the chairman of NIMASA. He said, oh, okay, doctor, what do you? I said, let's form a committee. We formed that committee. He moved, as I said, I retired. And they called me back that you started it. I was so shocked when they called me to the presidency. And I started training House of Assembly people, the then Transport Ministry, and all those, the presidency, and eventually, Blue Economy Ministry came to be. You know? Yeah, that is it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm very happy about that. And that's what I told myself, that I won't just come to this conference and we talk and go. The president, I beg you, I don't like to talk, we go scatter. So please, after this conversation, please, we step down on it. We step down on it and push for the implementation. That's what we give the government. And we'll be ready to support them. And by God's grace, God keeping us alive, I will be available to also support. You know, so we step down on this and then circulate, they communicate for action. Tell them what we want from them to be done. And that's when we know that we've achieved something from this conference. Otherwise, I will not be interested. If I'm called next time, I'll say I don't want to come. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, Nigeria's policy window, turning coastal risk into strategic renewal. So, we know that we now have a Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy developed national policy. Then, for the past 1 year, we submitted the report in June. World Bank supported Nigeria in a form of technical cooperation. My organization happened to be the national consultant with 2 French firms. So we now reviewed this policy, this very good policy, compared it with other countries' policy, and then came out with the good size and areas gaps that needed to be filled. And we noticed, this one is very important to us as researchers, scientists, that the data gap is huge. We don't have, what is the aggregate data? Is it? We have aggregate data when it's not necessary. Like when we want to get information, when we wanted to get information on the economic value of the blue economy in Nigeria, it was very difficult because it was, for agriculture sector, for example, it was merged with that of rice, you know, all those, everything was, so it was so difficult. So in most cases now, we had to use PROSI data. It was difficult. But the conclusion on it is that Nigeria needs to form a blue data bank. We've submitted that document to the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. So I'm giving us expo now. Is there a way this association can support that? Is there a way this association can support that? To develop blue data bank. So those are the things we'll be speaking to. You know, we have to make ourselves, okay, I'm not yet a member, but I'm a scientist in Nigeria. You people, you have to now make yourself very relevant. You know, when you now come up with this, that you want to support in building blue data bank, then there could be grants, just like the moderator said. There are grants here and there, and especially for the marine environment, like the ones okay, I did that with the World Bank, and there's this grant we got again to do what I wanted to do. So I'm a scientist. I started this by God's grace. I wrote the first memo that led to this. Yeah, even if I'm not at that political corridor to drive it, I'm driving it, and the Globe knows. Even World Maritime University, they know. They invite my supervising students in US on blue economy, and I do my own thing. I do my own thing. I'm my own government doing blue economy, so I don't blame anybody. You know, so when you see such grants, they may not say, oh, for blue economy for this. They may say for human rights for this. You can tweak it and move it to human rights for women or for men or the coastal community. And they like it so much because there are no much information on all those, you know. So we have to really wake up. If the government, we feel the government is not giving us adequate support, we can plan to support ourselves. That's part of innovation. Plan to support yourselves, you know. Come up with proposals and submit to international, what is this, is it grant, or what are they called? Granting bodies. So, and it's doable, I'm telling you. And you get what you want and submit to the government. Like this one we did now, I'm going to submit it to state governments where we did that, and the federal government of Nigeria. I went to that conference, came back. Thank you. I went to that conference and came back. I wrote because I'm representing Africa. So if you are not appreciated, you appreciate yourself. People that are proud. I went to that conference because my NGO is a member, and I'm a member, and I'm a member of regular process at United Nations. You know, in fact, I was the first African woman. I was there for 5 years before somebody joined me from Tunisia. You know, so when I came back, nobody begged me. I wrote the report, submitted to the UN envoy where I should submit it, and copied Foreign Affairs. You know, I'm going to copy Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy for implementation. So that's the kind of thing we should be doing. Otherwise, nobody will talk to the organization. And we shouldn't just be complaining. We should be innovative. So, where are we now? That is the Federal Ministry of, I've talked about that. So the link, actually the blue economy policy has it there that, oh, we have to be inclusive, put this people. But they may not be able to do everything. Like ministry is a policy developing agency, organ, and the Masatu is busy with shipping. Then this blue economy came. It's new to all African countries. And as a matter of fact, Nigeria may be the first country in the world that has specific marine and blue economy ministry. I'm just saying maybe because I'm also a researcher. I can't say, but I'm telling you that it's like that. Because anywhere I mention it, they will say, oh, that they have to take it. So it's Nigeria, I'm telling you. So that is how it is. So we have to, by the policy, they may not be able to reach out the communities. But if in our various spaces, we reach out to the communities around us, do the much we can do, and submit to the federal ministry, we'll be closing that gap. And we have the knowledge. So what we lack is the capital, and we can get the capital if we re-strategize. Nigeria competitive advantage will come not from volume alone, but from making ports. Yeah, talking about these ports, oh, that we have so number of ports, so number. It's not what will help us now. Because what is very important now, I don't know whether there's anybody researching on environment, social, and governance. The importance now, when we are talking about sustainability. Because where the world is going now, it's not about who produces the largest barrel of oil. It's who is producing without destroying the environment. Who is producing and taking care of the coastal communities. There is a case, there was this case in Holland, where retirees like me, you know, they were putting the people holding their money, I don't know what they're called, you know, this kind of, all these platforms that we have, they were giving the money to a particular company to invest, and then they will have profit. Then the retirees said no, that company is not sustainably up to date, that they should stop investing their money there. It's getting to that in Africa, because there will be a time where funding organizations may not want, or even banks, donor organizations, when they want to pass money through banks, if that bank is not really taking care of the workers, they may not invest there. Do you understand? They may not pass their money. So those people will not have that, what is it called, when you put money in the bank? Interest. So the world is changing. So as scientists, we have to change Like the last symposium my organization did last year, it was on ESG. It was kind of still sounding very strange. Some people liked it. Some people were saying, hey, yeah, but I know. Now I saw that people are now gathering, doing workshop on ESG. So that is how it is. This association should pick up such things and drive them. You know, because if we have ESG in place, a company cannot be polluting the environment of the people. We raise the alarm that are destroying the community. And with that, even foreign investors may not use their product. So we have to know that. So if we have 100 ports and they are still polluting, you know, it may not attract people to come to invest in such area, to bring their vessels to our place. If we have 100 ports and there is insecurity, nobody will come. You know, so such things are the things we think are not visible, not tangible. They are they are the determinants of sustainability and the capital energy recently. For Lagos and other coastal states, resilience should be embedded in every major waterfront, transport, housing, and economic decision. So this, we have to come up with this kind of thing. Not just, Lagos is the focal city for all the cities we have in Nigeria. Next, please. You see what is the important things: integrated coastal zone management, data, health, and equity. So next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Priority policy recommendation for Lagos, Nigeria and Lagos. That we should establish a unified coastal resilient and blue economy coordination platform across marine, urban, and environmental, health, transport, and finance institutions. Protect and restore wetlands, mangrove, and so on. Update metropolitan land use plan using flood, the flood risk map we have now. Upgrade drainage, sanitation, and system are flood prone and low income waterfront, maybe low lying waterfront. Expand resilient water transport and waterfront planning without displacing vulnerable residents. Where we must have to displace them, they must know why, and we have to take care of them. Develop metropolitan early warning, coastal monitoring, and open risk data system for science-based decision making. You know, scale climate smart fisheries, aquaculture, and value chain that improve nutrition, jobs, and women's economic participation. Build adaptation finance pipelines using blended finance, insurance instruments, and climate funds with what is this, operation and monitoring requirements built in. Mandate social inclusion and disability responsive design in all major adaptation investments. Support African-led coastal research, innovation hubs, and university government community partnerships. So we have to move to action. You know, all this research we are doing, implementation, how are they going to be implemented? We start somewhere, it may appear slow, but eventually it works. I'm telling you, I'm really saying that, sorry, please. Community engagement is very, very important. Resilience is stronger when communities are informed, involved, and empowered. And I've seen it. They are really interested. You know, we share information like the World Bank project we did. It's not the way I'm speaking here that I'll go to community people and speak. There must be a language. You understand what I mean now? I won't be using this. I have to break it down to what they will understand. So we develop what information management strategy too. So we have to involve them. We have to empower them where they need support. Stronger resilience, sustainable impact, empower communities, sustain actions that protect people, livelihood, and what again? I can't see it well. Livelihood and the environment, of course. So, next slide. Yeah, closing message. I was sharing with Professor Abba. He's very, very interesting, really. He told me, in fact, before we started this presentation, he's already told me the meaning of SAN, how he started and all. We discussed, I shared the book I wrote about, you know, and he encouraged me so much. But there's one thing I normally do when I finish my presentation. The prefix of the the book I wrote in 2020, before I left service in 2021, just to still encourage that Nigeria should get into blue economy. The title of that book is Regulating the marine environment of Africa towards sustainable blue economy, Nigerian case study. That was in 2020. So you can imagine how happy I am that after sharing it at events, I'll be sharing. When Minister of Transport will invite me to give lecture on blue economy, I'll be sharing it free so that these young people will understand. And they understand. I'm still working with them today. So, and the government also likes this. But this is what I used to end my prefix. I said, however, to achieve the blue economy in Africa, we certainly need a strong grasp of its theoretical, geographical, biophysical, and historical current state, its governance and regulatory climate, and opportunities as well as challenges in its attainment, and existing information case studies globally that may serve as comparators. All this information will help us to identify actionable ways of moving forward. So I like closing my thoughts with this. So I'm closing it here, but I have to say something. Next, please. So thank you all for listening to this. Together, we can build a resilient, prosperous, and sustainable Lagos through the blue economy. And that stands for the whole of Nigeria. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ma. Really, really do appreciate. Now that it's time for questions and answers. All right, thank you, Doctor. Do I have 2, 3? So we'll do it in batches. Let's take the first 3, then I'll come back and ask another set of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that interesting session. I just have a comment and 2 questions. My comment is to appreciate you, especially for belonging to the generation of the talk and do, not just coming to conferences and talking and talking. And I really appreciate the fact that you talked about having a communique from this conference, pushing it forward, and the Blue Data Bank. I'm really interested in the Blue Data Bank because I also have 1 or 2 funds. Presently, one from the Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors. And this Blue Data Bank is something I would love to collaborate with you on, and also the Science Association of Nigeria, because they really want collaborations with NGOs, with associations that are related. Thank you very much for that. My first question is about cooperative and clusters that you talked about. I consult with a World Bank project for Nigeria Women Scale-Up Program, and it's about the major work we are doing is putting women in clusters, putting women in cooperatives. And the challenge they are having as regards the monitoring and evaluation is how to sustain these cooperatives beyond the scope of this project. From your wealth of experience and knowledge, what do you think can be done as regards that? Sustaining those cooperatives, especially for women and clusters for women, beyond the scope of the said project and the time frame. The second question is as regards the closed seasons you talked about. I was very curious about it, knowing fully well that that has really reduced in Nigeria. For Ghana now, there's a new rule on closed seasons for artisanal fishers on some of their coastlines. But for Nigeria, even in the north that we used to have the festival, all of that has reduced. But you opened our knowledge to the one that is being done recently. So I'm curious, is it for the bivalves alone, the clams? Or is it a local policy? Is it a state policy? Is it a national policy? Because these are points and germane facts that can be used for discussion at the international space. Then finally, I really appreciate your priority policy recommendations, and thank you for your impactful session. Thank you, Ma.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Doctor, I would like to, would you like to answer one after the other? We'll take 3, then you answer. Okay, we should do 3. All right, thank you very much. So I'll do.
Thank you. So one of the products we had from the World Bank project was the process how to develop cluster. So we taught, I think we had a session in Boston State and Calabar, how they can have cluster. We took it that, small groups first, before we start escalating it. But this one I did with this project, what I did was or my team, Actually, I had the opportunity of training some young ladies with support from a Canadian organization. So when I asked who will want to join, some of them joined, and I said, hey, mommy, who will come and teach? I said, who will teach? Who will teach? Are you people not taught? You will teach. And they delivered so well. They delivered so well. We had a meeting on Saturday in the office, you know. We were very happy. I loved them. They did it. So what we did was that we got the local, like people, there are some people in the communities that are strong, that when they're talking to people, they trust them, they listen to them. We use those people to, we identified, like in Lagos here. Lagos wasn't part of the project, but because of my affinity to Lagos, I put Lagos there. You know, they were telling me, no, but Lagos is not part. I said, no, I will defend it. And yeah, because in Lagos, when you go to the coastal community, you don't just see people from Lagos. You see people from Ghana. I don't know whether you've experienced it. From Togo. All 16 states in Nigeria. Women, I was wondering. I saw some women from Imo State. You know? So they all living there. But I had that, my local zone person. So he gathered them. We taught them. And then we told them, oh, what are they say, oh, this is our problem. We said, but we can't come and tell somebody, give this person the stove, give this person this one. It's when you group yourself together, then somebody can come and help you. Even myself, I was saying that if they group themselves together, there are some things my organization can give them. We can't give individuals. So we told them that, and they said, how do we form it now? You see, we've triggered interest. We told them to write their names, do the other one. But the people in Brass really took it up immediately. They started asking the facilitator that we use there, that how can they go and register? So the man now told me that he will go and register them. So I said, okay, you do that. Since I'm expecting, we are still looking for upscaling fund. You know, well, I got one of those ladies to analyze everything statistically. So it's not just that it was just one of those things. So I said, but they're very enthusiastic, and you can take them to the government. Take them to the arm of government where they will register, and we will sponsor. You know, we sponsor them to start. Once they start, we got the community leaders involved. The king came. That was a very peculiar one. The king came and he liked what we are doing. Thanked us so much. I didn't even go down physically. I spoke through Zoom. You know, the king was very, very happy. After it was carried in Arise, they put it in Arise TV. You know, so the king, the focal person, will support them to start. And then I told him that we are going to pay whatever it will take. We'll pay it, and then they will continue from there. So once they form it, because they'll be making money also from it, they will sustain it. And we will keep monitoring them as long as God gives us life and everything. So before you know it, they will grow very strong. And if we're able to now get fund, to now say, like in that Brass area where we use, most of them don't own boats. But they see what they do is that early in the morning, mama and papa and their children will come and help somebody to push boats inside water to go to fish crayfish, you know, to go for crayfish. Then in the evening when they come back, they help to bring it. So they will give them crayfish. With that crayfish, they will now use it to do trade by barter to get whatever they know. They send me the videos there. Very, very interesting. So you can see their need now. So I was asking, what about those people pushing in those boats? Does it mean that they say that it's not their own? Even the people that are the captain or whatever, it's not also their own. So you can imagine the kind of need you can give them. You see, they don't have cold room, but because they don't have cold room, they are not so much into fishing. Real fish itself is crayfish. So if you want to empower them now, you've known what to do. If they form cluster, okay, these people, those of you that are in fishing, okay, you can have cold room. Somebody will be in charge. It's job creation already. Then you pay little money as to use the cold room or to use the altar. They call the one they call altar. They used to dry crayfish. So you pay little money to use it. But you can also charge people to come and dry. Once we are now also telling them how they can market their goods with the use of all these, what is it? The Gen Z. I think you're Gen Z too. All these social media. We are telling them, you can tell your son, your daughter to teach you, and they will put your fish there. I can order for your fish from Lagos. They were very excited. We were telling them how to manage my ambassadors. They don't joke. If you don't call them ambassador, they won't hear. I say, oh, go and answer it in Abuja, they will arrest you now. They will say, but they are very smart ladies. So they taught them how financial management, how to do all those, how to save their money. And that brass area for sure, I'm sure it will be sustained. And with that idea we have, how they are growing, we will also use it to help those ones that need to, like in Takwa Bay, those ones were excited, but you know it go for sure now. You know, those ones, they even sing it. But they were telling us what they needed. Their need is different. Some said that they will need, which is very high level now, that they will need to be taught how to package their fish. Do you understand? For export. You see? So, with all those things, so you can now have cluster of women that want to be into export, and we meet that their need. It's lost already, and it will sustain itself once you succeed in setting it up on the right background. Yeah. So, you know that retirees and women, we like talking too much. The closed session, actually, it was the first time I had it. Was when the facilitator of that place, he is quite knowledgeable. He gave us lecture to allowed him to speak. He gave us lecture for up to 1 hour on what the situation, the local blue economy. So we understood what the issue is there. So he was now telling them that just like you do this one, you close the season. You can also say that nobody should fish fingerlings, because if you fish fingerlings now, tomorrow now you won't have big fishes. You know? So, but it's not only problem of Nigeria. I'm a member of this Strong Seas project. So we are having Zoom meeting. One of the island ladies was saying that, okay, if you say that your country people should not fish fingerlings, but vessels are coming from abroad to fish. So, you know, who is losing, you know? That was a very bitter thought to me, because I know it's happening in Africa. But if we continue as scientists to be coming out with high impact outcomes when we do our meetings and follow up with them, I'm telling you, even if 100 of them, we don't get 100, we can get 80. And we continue. We see, oh, what did we achieve from the conference of last year? All the things we proposed from which action worked and which one did not work. We also lift it up again. So that's how I'm just encouraging us to move. It's possible. Yeah. So,
yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much for this lecture. Sincerely, this is the first presentation that is addressing our team directly.
Yeah.
And I want to
I feel
believe,
honored, actually. Thank you.
I want to
Thank you.
believe
Thank
that
you.
the messages will be adequately captured in the communique, so that the state can have not only Lagos, I mean, different government at a different level can have something to really extract for implementation. Lagos State, as said by the Honorable Commissioner the other time, sincerely see this topic as a hard issue for discussion. The Honorable Commissioner started with a song concerning the lagoon and the ocean, that those two are benefit for Lagos. Even if the federal capital is located to Abuja, nobody will remove Lagos lagoon and ocean to anywhere in Nigeria. And that is what we are saying. And to Lagosians, it is believed that in as much as we still have the lagoon and the ocean, Lagos will never suffer. I'm a sọ pé tójú ò bá ti ẹ̀yìn ìgbẹ́tì, ojú ò ní ti Èkó lé. That is not prayer. That in as much as ẹ̀yìn ìgbẹ́tì refer to the ocean, the marina and all those ẹ̀yìn ìgbẹ́tì. So in as much as we still have the ocean and we still have the lagoon, we are sure that Lagos will never go.
Yeah, no, I'm supporting what you're saying.
So to us, to achieve that, Lagos as a state is highly proactive, and we always put a lot of things forward for discussion and for action. But the level the state is now is that our policies are supposed to be data-driven. It must be information-backed. And that is why the Honorable Commissioner said the other time that it is not optional for the gown and the town to come together. That now it is a necessity for us to come together. Whatever we are doing in the universities must focus towards providing solution for the communities, to the citizens in the state. Lagos State, we have what we refer to as Lagos Resilience Strategy. That strategy supposed to defend Lagos to be shock resistance. And we have a lot of different category aspects of that strategy addressing different issues. So, and I know a pillar out of it is also addressing coastal challenges, of which I believe that collaboration with the state government, or collaboration of government and the academia will also have much to do there. The state at a point in time decided to preserve wetlands in this state. And for you to have wetlands to be designated as a wetland of international recognition, to do that, we need a lot of data. And that is where that is where our blue data bank comes in. We need to justify why some areas must not be reclaimed in the state. We have nature-based solutions to some of the problems we have. Economically, infrastructural-wise, we have to look at some of those things. As at that point in time, a department in the Ministry of the Environment called Conservation and Ecology Department identified nothing less than 30 wetlands across the state. And those areas supposed to be designated as such and be protected by law. But to be able to do that, there is need for convincing data. When we are talking of the climate change, I said the other time, the Honorable Commissioner said, what we have, nobody, science has established it. And this thing we are talking about are site-specific information that must be for us to say, okay, you said this place should be conserved, it should not be used for housing. Then what are those values that is adding to life? We want to establish that this thing will be able to protect flood, acting as holding point. You want to establish that we have a lot of lives that are there. What type of organism, what type of fishes, what type of lives are there need to be established, and these are many research that are supposed to come from the ground. So, and that coming to the front, the state can say, look, based on this study carried out by this team from so, based on this study, as these are convincing that people are seeing, government can make decision on that. But what you don't see, what is not measured, how do you expect that to convince the policymakers? The scientists in the civil service are working based on the little at their hands. Civil service will not continue to continue to publish research. Civil service is to implement studies from researches. And that is why we need to work together. We so much appreciate all you have been saying. And I believe the necessary department, the Ministry of Environment, will approach you after this. Because even some of those things at hand that you are talking about, a lot of it supposed to have some government backings. That if where that is there, implementation will be more easier and faster. And government will also put in some things to implement so that people can have benefit. So, saying that, I want to appeal to SAN that we should look towards, like this year now, we have seen a lot of abstracts submitted. They are getting too more basic. We should be moving towards applied. the researches, the report that could be applied. Lagos State, to tell you again, Lagos State have a ministry that is called Ministry of Science and Tech in the past. Because of the interest of the state in research and innovation, just about 2 months ago, it was changed to Lagos State Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. But the scientists there, scientific officers there, are not going to go to lab. If they are in the lab, they are to test applications, not to go and be doing those. So let us try and see what we can do such that those things will be helpful. And that is for SAN, for the research area. Let us focus. You can send people inside here can send their students to Lagos to come and do sampling and let us get the study. It is not it is not that you have to concentrate it there. People in Lagos should focus on the area of interest for government. This is a national focus point area now. It is so of interest to Lagos State, I must tell you. And as such, we have to focus on that. Why we are saying that, we are saying the ministry, the government of Lagos will be ready to work with any non-governmental organizations that are with us. It's not, our working with you does not really mean we have to give you money. But because we have the policy, because we can formulate policies to hate what you are doing, because we have the human capacity and also technical know-how to certain degrees, we can as much as support you in that. Our interest is that people in Lagos should live happily. Lagos should be a livable city for everybody. So in any way you feel we can work with you, my question is, please hesitate not to let us know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And then actually, I'm available. Thank God that I retired about 6 years ago by age, so you can imagine how old I am. I retired 2021. Okay. 5 years ago, going to 6 years, so you can imagine how old I am. But I thank God for good health and all, and I'm ready to support Lagos State and SAN in any way you feel we can work together. Yes, Lagos State, I still have a son there in Lagos State. Lagos State, I still have a son in Lagos State. I was seeing so many faces that look familiar because I work with Federal Ministry of Environment. Before NIMASA called me, I went to NIMASA. But in NIMASA, I had a lot of, God help me, I had a lot of exposures that I retired, and I am all of them. I said, oh, Felicia, we're so happy you've retired. You know, those people, they know how to use somebody. I said, but he said, no, Felicia, we are happy you can work with us now better. And it's true. It's of a truth. I work with them, and they will tell me, oh, Felicia, we keep learning from your experience. Like Marine Lita, to God's glory, not my own glory. I met IMO to join Marine Lita, to start Marine Lita, after I worked with UNEP in Nigeria. And but another thing, so as scientists now, we are not talking about going to the field to collect data too much. What you are now using is to use AI. Use different scenarios and use AI to speak to them. I published through the support of one young boy I trained. Now he won this Global Talents Award. It's in London. He'll be telling, Mommy, you made me to know that it's not just being in Bayelsa. I can be, he's making a lot of money, but any time I call him, he comes. So we wrote papers, publication, how to use AI. You integrate them, and then you get result that you want. So you don't need to. If Akure and Medugri, they have the same situation, you know, you can now see that if this is happening in Akure, it can happen in Medugri. You know, so you don't need to go to the field and be sampling, use available information. Integrate them. AI is really helping a lot, and you get the results you want. So we have to also start thinking innovationally. That's the truth. We have to start thinking innovationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma, for that wonderful and insightful talk. Dr. Sanud now wrap it up by telling us that it's important to have the town and gown. We have to work together. But I just want to wrap it up because I don't want to repeat what he has said. From your experience, I can see that you have vast experience. What is the single most practical action that all of us here, the SAN, the academia, the government, and the local committee can do together to improve on urban coastal resilience? That's the question I'm asking after all that has been said. So what is the single most practical action that all of us together, you, myself, the SAN, the community, the government can take to improve on the coastal resilience?
Okay. I will want to take it. Thank you for that question and thank you for your kind words. Thank you so much. I can't thank you people enough for giving me this opportunity, actually. So, I think we have to start thinking from where we are. This is where we are now. And we are succeeding. You people try so much to have brought this up to be the topic for the discussion. So, as I said, we step down. We step down. One of the slides I showed community. It's not just the community, local community. They are part of it. The industrialists are part of it. If we now come up with the communique, we start up action plan that will be multi-sectorial. So we start, we move. Right, this is how it affects the communities. So with Lagos State, for example, this is how it is. This is what is the issues that we've identified there. This is how they could be met up. Then we start having conversations. Thank God that with the use of Zoom and all, we can have people that are in Seychelles. We can have people in Holland join our conversation to tell us how they manage their own situation. These are practical information that can help governments. Then the other aspects of blue economy that we didn't talk about, where the industrialists are interested, we also see, okay, you're doing this. How are you doing? How are you deploying ESG? How are you ensuring sustainability? We also identify that. We now determine the language we use to discuss with each community. If it's they say community of practice, so we discuss with each community. This is the language we use for the subnational, because in truth, blue economy is not going to be implemented by Federal Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. That to make the policies. The blue economy is to be implemented by subnationals, the states. So just like that, we have different languages and different actions that we want to speak to. With that language, we know that should match. And we start from that point. So there is no singular action. The singular action I will advocate for here is to really move for the implementation of the outcome of this gathering. So, ma'am, are you with me? So it's to move, first of all, with the implementation. The urge to implement what happened here today. And you see that we are moving. And it should be, this event should be well publicized, using television, social media, and all. And the next action should be made known to the public. I think that's all, eh?
No. So mine is just to commend Madam Lecturer. Yes, we are a lecturer profile. We have seen the slides, we have seen how they are presented, and we have the applauses from outside. Now, I'll just ask some few questions. Are you a member of SAN? Yes or no? I will move.
You know, am I a member of SAN? We have discussed. Am I a member of SAN?
I want them to hear. Are you a member?
I'm not a member.
Okay, consult Dr. Dada for that. Then now what I may suggest is that let LASU or UNILAC reclaim you, or if there's anything word like that, let they re-engage you, because you are a very good lecturer. Yes, yes. Now, so I'm just suggesting that please, we want you, at least, you are not tired. Yes, we are not tired. So even if you are tired, we want to re-engage you. Yes, we have a senior colleague in that your mode, Togun. He too is retired, but he was not allowed to retire. So he was re-engaged somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Doctor, you have to join SAN. But I think this is the last question. Oh, I still have two more. Thank you, but let me take then I'll take you immediately.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Doctor. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. It was very engaging, educative, and it was easy to absorb. Thank you so much. And I was even about to ask if you have a book that you've written until you mentioned one, because you said a lot of things within that short time. It was so beautiful. So thank you so much for that. My question is, as a young researcher, because I really admire your solution-oriented approach to research. So as a young researcher, emerging researcher, how do we come in? How do we fit in actively? How do we bridge the gap between publishing our data and actual implementation of what was published? I don't know if you understand. How do we translate our research work, a beautiful data that we've gathered in the lab, how do we bring it into implementation? How do we fit into those things you are doing as a young researcher? How do we come in? Thank you, ma.
Thank you. You see these young, these Gen Zs, they know how to ask questions. Every question that was asked to me here, there was none that I looked up to the sky, you know, to the roof to answer. Yeah, excuse me, please. Excuse me. Let me be seeing her, eh?
Video. Video man. Video.
Okay. All right. See, what area are you researching on, and where are you doing the research?
Currently, I'm a postgraduate student of University of Ibadan, and I'm working on biofertilizer.
Okay.
The use of microorganisms instead of chemical fertilizer to reduce the environmental degradations and pollutions.
Okay, like oil spill remediation.
Yes.
Oh, great.
So instead of using chemical fertilizer that has
Yes.
an adverse effect on our environment, now we are looking into using microorganisms. So,
Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, I know bioremediation.
ma'am.
Yeah. So, and you have a supervisor.
Yes, is the president of the Professor Ogunjobi.
President. It's the president that I should hold. My dear, sit down. So, President, what you should do now, if you have that kind of every oil company, they have the research room, you know, research department or whatever. If you come up with that kind of beautiful report, it may not work immediately. You can try just circulate it to all of them. You know, circulate it to all of them and write for grants too. The moderator said that, and I say it's true. You have to just gather these children. You should have skill in developing grant proposals. You know, you use it to run that. You've done this. You want to now scale it up using a reference point. It could be this site that needs to be remediated in Lagos State or this other site. So try all companies. Then try to search for grant opportunities. Try to look for grant opportunities. They are there. The idea, if I'm talking from an example, yeah. So when you do that kind of thing and you advertise the summary of what you have done, and you advertise what you have done on strong, maybe LinkedIn or so, and you invite people that people will look out for you. You know, they will look out for that. So you just start from somewhere. That's how I can. I know I don't believe in any other thing apart from God, but there is this what is it called? This horoscope. My own is really working for me. I saw that it's true. I'm a Capricornian. He said that we are resilient, you know, and I saw that resilience in me. I don't take no that I did this thing, it failed. It's not me. Even when I was in service, I will write, it's turned back, I will write again. I can write it 3 times. And my officers, the people that worked under me, they know that, you know. So you may write shell, for example, it will not work. But when you write about 10 of them, one may get interested and say, oh, come, let's discuss it. You know, it even happened to me, this remediation and publishing it. When I was in the Ministry of Environment, because I moved to the master from Ministry of Environment, I brought it up to them that they should remediate it. But they now liked it. Now I was with the government. I didn't have the right to move without the ministry. They stole that. No, so I wouldn't say stole. But they moved on with that project, remediation, started publishing it. In Shell those days, because I couldn't push it, you know, bureaucratic system of a government. But if it should be now, have driven it better, I couldn't push it. But I started it with them. And the young people there moved on, started publishing paper on it. So please, even with this high prep too, you can submit to them and seek for a conversation. You're a important person in the community. Conversation with high prep, or for example, all those people, and see what they will say. An international forum.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. So we'll take the last one because of time. Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, dear.
That was apt. A fantastic, insightful, and highly educating session you gave to us there. You are highly appreciated, ma. My question goes thus: how can climate change adaptation be integrated into Nigeria's Blue Economic Development Plan? I don't know if there's anything that has been done in that regard, ma.
You know that we have
Thank you.
about Nigeria. One thing about Nigeria is that there's no type of report you seek for that you will not see. But what we are losing fast is institutional memory. You know, we have all those things scattered. Nobody is bringing this up. Nobody is bringing that up. So adaptation strategy, we have it. Even from Ministry of Environment, then this new ministry that we are now talking about, Blue Data Bank, how to collect all this information and store in a place so that if anybody wants, you can call, know that it's in the ministry. I'm still going to, I'm having a meeting with them on Friday, and I'll bring it up, you know. So, but adaptation strategy. Adaptation strategy is, you asked me a question, no? So, adaptation strategy is what we have to, is just what we have to even communicate to the coastal community people. Adaptation strategy, what is this? It's happening, and there is nothing we can do, only to live with it. So in essence, how do we live with climate change? So living with climate change now, just like the first panel discussion went, is to restore, for example, the mangrove, and Lagos State Ministry of Environment can start it. You get? Start reclaiming the mangroves, try to kind of stop all the sources of pollution. For example, the place that is occurring to me now is in front of National Theatre. You know, that place is a mangrove vegetation that is dead, but it can be restored. We find out what is really polluting it through scientific analysis, try to restore it, and then regrow it. If you regrow it, you can now use it as a background to even reach out to, if we are feeling that we don't have enough funds in Nigeria, to reach out to international organizations, that you've done this one, and that you have so pockets of them. You want to continue. So that's one. Then for the coastal women, that climate change is affecting now, they don't have enough fish, there's depletion of fish stock. You teach them aquaculture. It's adaptation strategy, alternative livelihood. You get? To do other type of farming, like snail farming. It's adaptation. Then people living in front of that place, maybe you have to move further away. If the government is considerate and rich enough, they can relocate them if they are really illegal occupants of the place. So that is how it is. If they are not, they can also help them, because they are people of the society, to see how they can move, and then, unless there is a way, they can support them by reconstructing the frontage. But we must have to train our coastline, train our rivers, like River Thames in London. You know, they're well trained, so they flow very well. But in our own case, our rivers are not trained. They just bifurcate and spread all over the place. So it has to do with a lot of discipline, you know, and we can achieve all those.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We'll
Thank
do a last one before you stand. You know the reason. You know the reason. We would have stopped it, but it's really, really engaging, and that's why we're here. So we'll do this last one, please. Thank you.
Okay.
It's no doubt that you spoke passionately about this topic because of the experience you have. And if I were a young researcher, I'll be holding you to your muffler and then getting your contact, because we need, you're retired, you're 5 years into retirement, and the wealth of experience. I'm not sure anyone here in this hall can harness the experience you have. And that's just being very modest. If I were a younger person, I would be holding on to your muffler and following you to your car to get your details and be your mentee. It's important that you can replicate yourself in thousandfold. Because talking from, you know, everybody's talking and reading. You were talking from up here. And it really shows that you are an authority. No, that it's just being modest. And what we should take away from here is that she's got a lot of germane problems you could look into and people could research into, and the young people can actually tap from this. I'm not in that realm, I'm in from school sciences. But the way she's presented, and she's been able to cream out the things that we need to look out. Ministry of Environment should not leave her to go, but adopt her, and then, to boost what is already existing. Thank you.
Let me give you a high hug.
Thank you very much. Really do appreciate, Ma. You have done absolutely well. The council is actually happy with you. Okay, so the council has said we should stand up and give her a standing ovation. While we give you that standing ovation, Ma, please sit. You have to, don't worry. Cry, they cry. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate. She's very shy. We can see she's shy. Now, Ma, for what you've done, we've decided to actually make a presentation to you. And I would like to invite Professor O.A. Togo, the Professor Emeritus and an elder of the Science Association of Nigeria, to please help us make this presentation to our panel. She's crying. Mommy, don't cry now. It's your knowledge that's bringing you here. Don't cry, Mommy. Thank you.
Dr. Mrs. Felicia Chinwe Mogo. This is a word of appreciation from the Science Association of Nigeria in recognition of your exceptional contribution as plenary speaker at the 58th Annual Hybrid Conference. Congratulations, madam.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I have a handshake? Thank you.
All right, so I'd like to respectfully invite the President and the National Vice President to please join in this picture so that we could celebrate a woman full of knowledge and ready to share even 5 years after retirement. Can we please give her another thunderous round of applause? Thank you very much. We really do appreciate you, Ma. Thank you. All right. I can just feel it that we are all smelling the aroma in the building already. But we wouldn't go for this lunch break if we don't do this. But I can tell you we'll be doing lunch very, very soon. Now we're about to actually all right, so we're about to give a fellowship award to a Sun Fellowship Award. Okay. So we're about to present a Science Association of Nigeria Fellowship Award to Dr. Sojunu Olasukomi Sewano. So please, can we please give him a big round of applause? All right, so let's give my Oga music now, DJ. Keno, just music for my Oga, Dr. Sojunu Olasukomi Sewano, as he makes his way, because he will be given the Senior Fellowship Award of SAN. Sir, thank you very much. Thank you very much, really do appreciate. All right, so can we break it down? Break it down. We'll still dance. So to help us in doing a citation, I'll be yielding the mic to Mrs. Remy George Ashiru. Can we please give her a big round of applause as she comes to read the citation?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be reading the citation for Dr. Sojunu Olasukomi Sewano. Dr. Sojunu Olasukomi Sewano is the Director of Environmental Assessment, Lagos State Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources. He's an accomplished environmental management professional with extensive experience in environmental assessment, sustainability, environmental policy, and regulatory compliance. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry, a Master of Science degree from the University of Ibadan, and a Doctor of Philosophy degree from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. Over the course of his career in the Lagos State Public Service, Dr. Sojinu has played a pivotal role in promoting environmentally sustainable development through the implementation and enforcement of environmental impact assessment processes and other environmental safeguard instruments. He has provided technical leadership in the review and assessment of numerous public and private sector development projects, ensuring compliance with environmental laws, standards, and international best practices. As Director of Environmental Assessment, he champions stakeholder engagement, environmental governance, and the integration of sustainability principles into development planning. He has led several capacity building initiatives and stakeholder sensitization programs aimed at strengthening environmental compliance and fostering responsible development across Lagos State. Dr. Sojinu is widely respected for his dedication to environmental protection, his commitment to public service, and his passion for ensuring that economic growth is balanced with ecological sustainability. His contributions continue to support the Lagos State government's vision of building a resilient, safe, and sustainable environment for present and future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Sojinu Olasukomi Sewanu.
Thank you very much. And to present this award to Dr. Sojinu, I would like to hand over the plaque to the President of the Science Association of Nigeria, SAN, Professor Adeniyi Ogunjobi, FCFSAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator. On behalf of the Council of Science Association of Nigeria, I present this fellowship award to you, Dr. Sojinu Olasukomi Sewanu, the Director of Environmental Assessment of Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. By the power conferred on me, you have the privilege to use this abbreviation, FSAN, behind your name from today. Congratulations.
Can we do pictures, please? It's time to do pictures, please. Let's feel free to come celebrate the latest FSAN. Dr. Sojinu Olasukomi Sewanu.
A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate.
A man loved by everybody. We celebrate you, Dr. Sojinu Olasukomi Sewanu. Thank you very much. Now, can you bring it down? All right, so Doctor, all fellows that are here present, can we please come celebrate and take picture with the latest fellow of the SAN, the newest FSAN. All fellows here present, respectfully ask you to join the latest man that has joined the trend and moving.
Let's celebrate.
Thank you very much.
Party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now.
All right, thank you very much.
We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time.
Thank you very much. Really do appreciate. Now, I'd like to pass some information for tomorrow, being the day 2 of this conference. Distinguished participants, tomorrow we'll be having a thematic technical section and postal exhibitions. Now we'll be starting at 9 a.m. For those that have not registered today, the registration continues tomorrow. But by 10, please, because of time, we're not wasting time tomorrow. We're starting at 10 a.m. with a plenary discussion that will be done at the Oshun Hall. Please try and find out where Oshun Hall is for tomorrow's event. We are not using the Oromio Hall for tomorrow morning. And by 11 a.m., we'll be having a parallel thematic session across 3 halls, stated Oshun Hall, Olumo Hall, and Oloku Hall. They are all here. Please try and find where your area of specializations are. That is why it's divided into 3 places, so we are not converging tomorrow here at all. So any of the halls, they will be pasted on the doors. So all you just need to do is tomorrow try finding out where that will be happening. Thank you very much. Now let me say one more thing before I call for the vote of thanks. I heard there's a free BP and sugar test in this hall today. So please try and check your BP and your sugar level. And if you think you need a massage also, I heard there's someone to do that for you at the extreme part of this hall. To my right at the end, please try and do your BP and your sugar level. Thank you very much. And one more thing before I move for the vote of thanks. All right, thank you very much. All right, so please, another very quick information. I heard a barcode will be coming on the screen very soon. For everybody that's registered, please try and scan this barcode because of your certificate for attending this conference. Please, the barcode will remain on the wall till we leave, so just feel free at any point, stand up, scan the barcode, fill it, and submit. And I'm very sure at the back end, your information will be gotten. Now, another one before I call for the vote of thanks. Now, if you're a rice lover, you're not tired of eating rice, this is where you are to come. But if you feel you want to use your hand instead of the cutleries, that is where to go. That is where solid is. But I want to plead with everybody here that I would like us to respect the council members first, to go first. Then immediately after the council member, we'll do it the way we did it the other time. Please just find where suits you. If you're tired of rice, then solid is your place. If you're tired of solid, then rice is your place. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate. So, but to move us and to say thank you all for coming this very beautiful day, and you'll be here for the next 4 days, I'd like to invite to the microphone to move the vote of thanks the chairman, local organizing committee, with a big round of applause. Please let's welcome Mr. Mustafa Barua. Can we give him a big round of applause as he comes? Mr. Mustafa Barua, the man that told me about the barcode not too long ago, is coming to tell you thank you.
On behalf of the LOC, which is Local Organizing Committee, I wish everybody a very big thank you very much. I appreciate your presence here. So we still expect this crowd tomorrow. Please, the conference continues tomorrow and next tomorrow. Thank you very much, and God bless everybody.
Can we give our chairman another big round of applause for actually doing this and making everything possible? Please, just like I said the other time, our council members would have to go first. So please, I would now like to respectfully ask our council members to please find where suits you for the meal for the afternoon. Thank you very much. Then immediately after the council members, then every other can actually join. Thank you very much. My name is Babatunde Olubaja. I've been your host today. And I can tell you it has been a privilege. And I really do appreciate it, and I don't take this with levity. Thank you. Really do appreciate it.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration.
Please not let's forget our council members first to the food spot. I can see people at the right spot or solid spot already. Please, we crave your indulgence. Let the council members go first. Please, for those serving, if you don't see a council member, don't serve yet. Thank you.
Let's celebrate. It's all right. We're gonna have a good time tonight.
All right, thank you very much, DJ Kenox. Thank you. I want to actually brief again about tomorrow. We'll be starting event by 10 a.m. for the plenary discussion session. We'll be having it at the Oshun Hall. Oshun Hall. Please try and find out where Oshun Hall is within these premises. And for the thematic session, parallel thematic session, we'll have it across 3 halls: the Oshun Hall, the Olumo Hall, and the Oloku Hall. They are all within these premises. Please and please just find out where it is. I know they are very close to each other, but whatever your area of specialization is, it will be on the wall or on the door for you to be able to identify the hall you are moving into. Thank you very much. Lunch is about to be served, so please let's feel free and eat what we want. Please remember that whatever we eat is what our stomach will take. Thank you.
Your pleasure. Everyone around the world. Come on. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate. Come on now. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. Baby, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right.
home.